everyone, welcome to Simplilearn Supply Chain Management Full Course. Supply chain management is a crucial part for any business, focusing on the flow of goods and services from the supplier to the customer. It involves everything from production and delivery to customer service. In today's world, supply chain management is becoming increasingly digital, with means using technology and software to manage these processes more efficiently. So in this course, you will dive into the core concepts of SCM, learn about customer relationship management, and explore how businesses can improve customer satisfaction and loyalty through effective management. You'll also get introduced to SCRUM, a popular project management method, especially useful in agile environments, which emphasizes teamwork and quick delivery of projects. So whether you're new to this field or looking to enhance your knowledge, this course will provide a complete guide to manage modern supply chains effectively. Also, just a quick information, the Digital Supply Chain Management certification from SP Jain School of Global Management and Simplilearn is your gateway to master the hottest skills in AI, IoT, automation, and blockchain. In just 6 months, online and guided by top industry experts, this isn't your average course. It's a hands-on journey where you will work on real-world projects using AI to predict demand and build smart contracts with blockchain. You'll also earn a powerful certificate from globally ranked institution with companies like Amazon, IBM, and Accenture on the hunt for these skills. It's the time to act now. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments. In today's video, we will talk about something that impacts pretty much everything we use or consume daily: supply chain management. You might be thinking, what is that all about? Well, stick to me and you will just see how crucial it is. Back in early 1900, Henry Ford and his team at the Ford Motor Company were dealing with a massive challenge. As demand for their cars went through the roof, they realized they needed a better way to coordinate all the different suppliers, manufacturers, and distributors involved in getting those vehicles made and delivered to customers. I mean, you can imagine trying to keep a track of thousands of different parts and materials coming in from all sorts of suppliers. It was a total nightmare. That's when this light bulb moment happened, and they came up with the concept of supply chain management. Ford's crew developed strategies to integrate and coordinate every stage of the production process, from sourcing the raw materials to assembling the cars and finally distributing them to dealerships and customers. By putting these supply chain management practices in place, they were able to slash production costs, ramp up efficiency, and meet the insane demand for Ford's iconic rides. This was a game-changing stuff, and it paved the way for supply chain management to become a widespread practice across all kinds of industries. Fast forward to today, and effective supply chain management is absolutely crucial in the hyper-competitive business world. Whether you're a massive multinational corporation or a local one, every business faces challenges in managing that intricate web of suppliers, manufacturers, logistics, and customer demands. Supply chain management provides solutions to those challenges by streamlining processes, cutting down on waste, and ensuring that products and services are delivered to customers in a timely and cost-effective manner. It takes a lot of manual work to improve communication between all the different players involved and give you a serious competitive edge in today's ever-changing marketplace. Supply chain management is the unsung hero that keeps our modern economy ticking, delivering the goods and services we rely on in and day out. In today's video, we are going to dive deep into the world of supply chain management. I will break down the fundamental concepts, components, and strategies, and we will look at the real-world examples of businesses that are killing it with their supply chain management practices. You will see companies across all kinds of industries are leveraging this powerful discipline to drive growth, boost efficiency, and keep their customers satisfied. Alright, so buckle up and prepare to immerse yourself in the realm of supply chain management. I'll be breaking down everything you need to know. What is supply chain? Let's start with the basics. A supply chain is a well-coordinated network of people, companies, resources, activities, and high-tech systems. All of them are working together to create and deliver products and services to customers. It covers everything from sourcing the raw materials to getting the finished product into the hands of the buyer. The key players are the suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, retailers, and of course, the customers. Let us now talk about the salary. The people in charge of overseeing and managing the entire complicated supply and demand process are called supply chain management professionals. These folk are the masterminds, the experts who make sure everything runs smoothly from start to finish. Companies realize how important and valuable these supply chain management experts are. That's why they pay them really good money. Their salary ranges typically falls between $110,000 to $141,000 per year, or even more. Their special skills in keeping products and services moving efficiently from suppliers to customers are highly prized. One of the reasons behind getting big bucks is that the companies heavily rely on their expertise to choreograph and coordinate all the complex moving pieces involved in getting stuff made and delivered without any hiccups. They are paid top dollar to be the mastermind behind the scenes, making it work smoothly. Now that we have discussed what supply chain management is and how valuable these supply chain management professionals are, we will talk about how supply chain management has evolved over time. Now, the concept of supply and demand has been around for ages, but it wasn't until the early 1900s that people really started thinking, maybe we can do this better. Then came along brilliant minds like the legendary Henry Ford, who looked at the inefficiencies and waste in production lines and said, there's got to be a better way. The cool ideas kicked off what we call now modern supply chain management. They figured out how to make things run smoother and trimmed off all the unnecessary stuff, setting the stage for how supply chain work like a well-oiled machine today. So why does effective supply chain management matter? With supply chains becoming increasingly complex operations, the advantages of having an effectively managed system started becoming extremely apparent. Let's now discuss about the advantages of having supply chain management. Well, for businesses, it's a game changer. It allows them to optimize their process, reduce costs, and improve the efficiency. With a well-managed supply chain, companies can deliver products to customers faster and more reliably, gaining a competitive edge in the market. But it's not just businesses that benefit. Supply chain management also plays a crucial role in driving economies forward, ensuring the smooth flow of goods and services, which creates value for customers and fosters economic growth. Speaking of economic growth, let's delve deeper into the role of supply chain management in the economy. Think of it as the backbone of commerce. A well-functioning supply chain keeps prices stable, prevents shortages, and promotes innovation. Moreover, supply chain management encourages collaboration and communication across industries, leading to development of new technologies and practices. It's a key driver of progress on both local and global scale. Now that we have understood the importance of supply chain management, let's take a closer look at how it actually works. Supply chain management is like a chain of interconnected processes. It starts with procurement, where companies source all the raw materials and supplies they need from the suppliers. Next up, we have manufacturing, which transforms those raw materials into finished products. From there, the made-to-order goods get distributed through an entire network of warehouses and transportation channels until they finally reach their destination. Retailers and customers throughout the whole journey, effective inventory management, demand forecasting, and smart logistics are crucial components that keeps everything running smoothly. So let's break it down further. The 5 stages. No matter what type, most supply chains can be broadly divided into the 5 key stages. Planning. This is where the smart folks predict how much stuff people will want, make plans, and decide what things they'll need. Next up, we have sourcing. They identify suppliers, negotiate contracts, and procure all the necessary materials and services. Manufacturing, whether it's towels or automobiles, this is the stage where raw materials get transformed into finished products through manufacturing runs and strictly quality control. Next, we have delivery. With products made, the stage focuses on transportation, warehousing, and distributing those goods to retailers and customers. Returns, and finally, there's got to be a system for handling product returns, repairs, reconditioning and recycling, or disposing of unwanted stuff. Reverse logistics in action. Now that we have outlined the fundamental stages of supply chain, it's important to recognize that they come in various shapes and sizes to suit different needs. Let's delve into the different types. Types of supply chain. Supply chains can actually be categorized into different types based on the special structure and overarching purpose. At first, we have continuous or lean supply chains. As you might guess, these are the dead set on minimizing waste and maximizing efficiency through scorched earth lean practices. You'll see a lot of these in manufacturing. Next, agile supply chains, designed to be super nimble and responsive, rapidly evolving customer needs and preferences. Agility is the key in fast-paced industries like fashion retail. Next, we have sustainable supply chains. With an emphasis on environmental responsibility, these supply chains prioritize ethical sourcing, sustainable practices, and minimizing ecological impact. Next, we have humanitarian supply chains. Rather than commercial products, these supply chains operations are focused on delivering life-saving aid, supplies, and relief efforts during emergencies and natural disaster worldwide. To better illustrate how a basic supply chain function, let us look at the journey of the common product we are familiar with. We will now look into a basic supply chain example. Let's look at the journey of a smartphone from start to finish. The raw materials like metals and plastic are sourced from suppliers across the globe. Those materials then get transported to manufacturing facilities where the components are assembled into the smartphones. Once those finished phones roll off the line, they get distributed through networks or warehouses and retailers until finally landing in stores and customers' hands through various sales channels. Behind the scenes, there's an intricate web of information like orders and inventory levels that facilitates each step. With that example providing a clear picture, let's transition into discussing the different strategies businesses employ for supply chain management. Strategies and examples. Different businesses employ supply chain management strategies based on their unique needs and goals. Some common approaches include just-in-time. This strategy focuses on minimizing inventory levels by receiving materials or products just as they are needed. Manufacturers like Toyota often use JIT to reduce storage, cost, and waste. Lean supply chain. This strategy is all about eliminating waste and optimizing processes for maximum efficiency. Companies like Dell have successfully implemented lean supply chain principles. Then we have agile supply chain. This strategy is designed to respond quickly to changing market demands and customer preferences. Fashion retailers often adopt agile supply chain strategies to keep up with the trends. By implementing these strategies, we can achieve remarkable supply chain agility, enabling the company to consistently deliver innovative products to consumers worldwide. In summary, supply chain management is very important for keeping goods flowing smoothly from producers to consumers. Understanding its basics helps businesses cut costs and improve customer satisfaction. If you're looking to upgrade your career and break into one of the fastest growing fields today, you don't need to quit your job or go back to college. With the Digital Supply Chain Management certification from SPG School of Global Management and Simplilearn, you can learn cutting-edge skills like AI, IoT, automation, and blockchain all in just 6 months. Completely online and guided by top industry experts. This is more than just a course. It's your launchpad into the digital future of supply chain. Let's face it, supply chains have changed a lot today. It's not just about managing warehouses or tracking shipments. It's about using AI, automation, IoT, and even blockchain to run smarter, faster, and more sustainable operations. This course helps you master all of that from the basics to the most advanced digital tools all in just 6 months. Completely online and designed to fit your work schedule. Now, why SPJ? Because this is a globally ranked school 7 in APAC by Bloomberg Business Week, and their faculty are not just teachers, they are industry leaders. You'll attend live interactive classes led by experts who have worked with companies like Holcim, Otis, ACG, and more. Plus, you'll get a certificate from SPG and Simplilearn, a powerful addition to your resume. Let's talk about what will you actually learn. This course kicks off with a complete refresher on supply chain basics things like supply planning, logistics, and business architecture. Then it dives into the good stuff, AI and machine learning in supply chains. How to use IoT to improve tracking. The power of blockchain for better transparency, building green and sustainable supply networks, and tools like SAP, Flowlu, OpenLCA, and MetaMask. It's real-world industry-ready training, not just slides and theory. Let's talk about the projects and the case studies. So here's the best part. This program is hands-on. You get to work on 25 plus case studies and 7 big projects based on actual business problems. You'll do things like use AI to predict demand and reduce stockouts, build smart contracts on blockchain to manage shipping, use RP and chatbots to fix issues in procurement, and even study the environmental impact of packaging. All of this builds up to a capstone project where you apply everything you have learned, just like you would do in a real job. And you're not alone in this journey. You'll be guided by expert trainers who have worked in global supply chains, led digital transformation projects, and helped top companies solve real-world problems using technology. These aren't just academics, they are professionals with years of hands-on experience in procurement, logistics, and AI-led supply chain strategies. So everything you learn is based on what actually works in the real world. Let's talk about where this course can take you. So after completing this program, learners have reported up to 300% salary hikes, and there are over 50,000 open roles in digital supply chain management right now. Companies like Amazon, IBM, Accenture, HP, Oyo, Capgemini, they all are hiring professionals with exactly these skills. The global supply chain tech market is growing at 11.7% every year and is expected to reach $63 billion by 2032. And that's huge. Are you worried about timing or falling behind? Don't be. Miss a class, you can watch the recording. If you're stuck on project, you can join a mentor session. You'll also be a part of a learner group on Slack and have a dedicated cohort manager to support you every step of the way. This course is perfect if you have 3+ years of experience in supply chain management or logistics. Want to move into digital or tech-driven supply chain roles, love solving real-world problems using data and automation, or want to stand out in your company with in-demand skills? Then you don't need any coding experience. Just bring your curiosity and willingness to grow. Let's talk about the admission process. Well, the admission process is very simple. Just fill out a short application form, get shortlisted by the admissions panel, confirm your seat, and start learning. The program starts soon and with only a limited number of seats in each batch. I would recommend applying today. To sum it all up, this course gives you expert training, practical tools, and a strong certificate and the skills to lead digital supply chains, exactly what companies are hiring right now. So if you're ready to take that big step in your career, click the link below to learn more and apply. The future of supply chain management is digital, so let's make sure you're ready for it.
Hello and welcome to Introduction to Supply Chain Management course. In this course, we will learn how products move from raw materials to customers' hands and everything that happens in between. Whether you are a student, a budding entrepreneur, or a professional looking to sharpen your business acumen. So this course will help you understand the building blocks of how modern supply chains operate. So we will begin with the supply chain basics and the key players. You will get familiar with what a supply chain is, the flow of goods and information, and who is the key stakeholders from suppliers and manufacturers to distributors and retailers. Next, we will dive into inventory, procurement, and sourcing. This module covers how businesses manage stocks efficiently, where they buy materials from, and how strategic sourcing decisions can make or break profitably. In the supply chain logistic and flow, we will explore the journey goods take, including transportation, warehousing, distribution centers, and how logistic decisions impact cost, speed, and customer satisfaction. Finally, we will wrap up with the technology challenges and the future trends, from automation and AI to sustainability and global disruption. This module will help you understand the dynamic forces shaping the future of supply chain. Throughout the course, we will use real-world examples and practical frameworks to keep things relevant and actionable. By the end, you will walk away with a solid understanding of how supply chain work and why they are vital to businesses and economies around the world. So let's get started on this journey through the world of supply chain management. So let's jump to the what is supply chain management. A supply chain is like a network that provides facilities and options like distribution, which performs operations like procurement of material, the transformation of these materials to specific intermediates, and after finished products, and the distribution procedure starts distributing respective products to the customer. So there are some key points regarding the supply chain. Like in the previous times, all the organizations like marketing, distribution, planning, manufacturing, and purchasing organizations work independently along the supply chain. The second is organizations have their independent objectives, which are sometimes conflicting also. The third one is to work in an efficient manner. There arises a need through which these different functions are able to integrate together. Fourth one is therefore supply chain management is a strategy that came into arising through which such integration can be achieved. So after understanding what is supply chain management, let's move on to key components of supply chain. The first one is suppliers. Suppliers are the foundation of the supply chain. They provide the essential raw material, components, and services needed to create finished products. These inputs could range from basic raw materials like metals, plastic, or fabrics to specialized parts or sub-assemblies. The reliability, quality, and timelessness of suppliers directly impact the efficiency and the success of entire supply chain. The second comes manufacturers. Manufacturers take the raw materials and components supplied and transform them into finished goods through various production processes. This involves activities such as assembly, machine, quality control, and packaging. Manufacturers play a critical role in adding value by converting inputs into products that meet customer specification and quality standards. The third one is warehouses. Warehouses act as storage points within the supply chain. They hold materials, intermediate products, and finished goods until they are needed further along the chain. Effective warehousing ensures that inventory is available to meet demand without overstocking, helping balance supply and demand fluctuation while reducing lead times. The fourth one is distribution centers. Distribution centers serves a hub for efficiently moving and distributing goods to various destinations. They manage the sorting, packing, and shipping of the products to retailers or directly to customers. By optimizing transportation routes and consolidating shipments, distribution centers help reduce logistic costs and improves delivery speed. Then comes retailers. So retailers are the link between the supply chain and the end customer. They purchase finished products from manufacturers or distributors and sell them directly to the consumers. So retailers play a vital role in understanding customer preferences, managing inventory at the customer level, and providing a convenient purchasing experience. At the last come customers. So customers are the final recipients of the products in the supply chain. Their needs and demands drive the entire supply chain process, influencing production volumes, inventory levels, and delivery schedules. Meeting customer expectations in terms of product availability, quality, and delivery time is the ultimate goal of supply chain management. So now comes, how does supply chain management work? So supply chain operate through a network of linked activities and processes that enable the movement of goods, information, and finances from suppliers to customers. So here are the overview of supply chains work. The first one is planning. Planning is the developing strategies to meet customer demand while optimizing resources. So there are some key activities as well. The first one is demand forecasting, inventory management, capacity planning, and production scheduling. And the next comes sourcing. The sourcing involves identifying and selecting suppliers that provide the necessary raw material, component, and the services. Key activities are supplier selection, supplier relationship management, procurement, then contract negotiation. Then third come manufacturing. So coordinating production process to create finished good efficiently. So key activities are production process design, quality control, production scheduling, and equipment maintenance. After manufacturing, then comes warehousing. So warehousing involves storing raw materials, intermediates, and finished goods until they are needed. Efficient warehousing is crucial for maintaining inventory levels and ensuring timely delivery. Key activities are inventory management, storage solution, order picking, and the packing. Then comes distribution. Coordinating the movement of goods from manufacturers to the customer is known as distribution. Key activities are transportation planning, logistic management, order fulfillment, and delivery scheduling. Then comes return and reverse logistic. Return and reverse logistic involve managing the return of defective or unwanted products from the customer back to the manufacturer or supplier. This process includes handling returns, refurbishing products, and recycling. Key activities are return processing, refurbishing and recycling, disposal management, and the customer support. Then comes technology integration. Implementing systems like enterprise resource planning (ERP) and transportation management system (TMS) to facilitate information flow. Then comes performance measurement. So continuously monitoring and improving supply chain metrics. So SCM works by integrating these processes across different departments and organizations using technology and data analytics to improve decision making and operational efficiency. So now let's jump into the flow in the supply chain. How the flow work in supply chain. So here is a chart. So the supply chain work like a chain reaction where materials move from suppliers to the customers. Both supplier and the customers exchange important information to coordinate effectively, like materials, information, and the funds. Additionally, money flow back from the customer to the supplier, completing the cycle. So supply chain management oversees and control the flow of materials, information, and the finances across the supply chain. It's the main role in to design, plan, and execute activities at each stage to ensure that customers receive the right product and services efficiently and profitably. So there are some examples of supply chain management. The first one is Zara, known for its fast fashion supply chain, quickly turning design into store-ready apparel. The second is Apple, manages a complex global network for sourcing components and delivering devices. Then comes Walmart, excels in inventory management and distribution to thousands of stores worldwide. Then comes Blue Apron, a meal kit delivery service that coordinates fresh ingredients from suppliers directly to the consumer. Then come pharmaceutical industries, ensures timely delivery of medicines from manufacturers to the pharmacies and the hospitals. So now let's jump into functions of supply chain management. So the main functions of supply chain management include: the first one is defining business boundaries and the relationships. It is the most important of all the SCM initiatives. It relates to this decision on outsourcing. Then second comes managing demand and supply. So the basic demand is the demand for the ultimate product or service from the end user. To meet these needs of the user, different links in the supply chain need to supply some goods or services to the following link in the chain. Then comes logistics. It refers to the process involved in storing, moving, transporting, or handling materials in any other way. Then comes purchasing. It acts as a link between the vendors and the company to get involvement and help of vendors in matters like purchase material specification, matching a lot of size, and transportation packing. Then comes selling system interface. So it is directly responsible to help customer know, select, buy, or pay for and take away the company's product. Then comes manufacturing system interface. It supports SCM by reducing manufacturing lead times and supplying materials that closely match customer lot size and time requirement. Then comes product design and interface. Basic quality of the products sold to the end users can be improved substantially by better collaboration among channel partners. So after seeing function of supply chain management, let's understand why is supply chain management is important. So supply chain management is crucial for several reasons. The first one is efficiency and cost reduction. So by optimizing the supply chain, organization can reduce waste and lower cost. SCM helps streamline operations, reduce redundancies, and improve the use of resources. Then comes improved quality control. SCM ensures that all parts of the supply chain maintain high standards. So this control helps in maintaining product quality, reducing defects, and improving customer satisfaction. Then comes better customer service. With SCM, companies can respond more quickly to customer demands, ensuring timely delivery and better service. Quick and effective response play a crucial role in boosting customer contentment and devotion. Then comes risk mitigation. Effective SCM supply chain management can identify potential risks in the supply chain and implement strategies to mitigate them. This proactive approach helps in avoiding disruptions and maintaining smooth operation. Then comes competitive advantage. Companies with efficient supply chains and deliver product faster at a lower cost, providing a competitive edge in the market. Then come sustainability. It enables organizations to implement environmentally friendly practices throughout the supply chain. So now let's see some advantages of supply chain management. The first one is supply chain planning and collaboration. With SCM, users can model his or her supply chain, set goals, and optimize and schedule time. It enables users to maximize returns on assets and ensures a profitable match of supply and demand. The second one is supply chain execution. It enables users to carry out supply chain planning and generate high efficiency at the lowest possible cost. Then comes supply chain visibility, design, and analytics. Supply chain management gives users network-wide visibility across your extended supply chain to perform strategic and as well as day-to-day planning. Then come business benefits. It allows its user to transform a traditional linear supply into an adaptive network with the following benefits: faster response to change in the supply and demand, increased customer satisfaction, compliance with regulatory requirements, improved cash flow, higher margins, greater synchronization with business priorities. So, in conclusion, supply chain management is essential for the seamless operation of modern business. It integrates various functions and processes to ensure the efficient flow of goods, information, and finances from suppliers to the end consumers. By implementing effective SCM strategies, organization can reduce cost, improve customer satisfaction, and gain a competitive edge in the market. As global market continues to evolve and face new challenges, the importance of robust and adaptive supply chain management will only grow, making it a critical area for businesses to invest in and the optimize. So moving in the next module, we will learn about inventory management and procurement sources. Welcome to the second module, inventory management. So inventory management and procurement are fundamental pillars of an efficient supply chain. So mastering these areas help businesses minimize cost, improve customer satisfaction, and streamline operations. So this module explores what inventory management is, its different types, important models, and a framework, and the key aspects of procurement and sources. So what is inventory management? Inventory management is the process of overseeing and controlling a company's stock of goods. It involves tracking the quantities, location, and status of items that a business holds, from raw materials to finished products ready for the sale. So effective inventory management ensures that the company has the right amount of stock at the right time. It prevents excess inventory that ties up capital and space, as well as the stockouts that can delay production or lead to lost sales. So there are multiple types of inventories. So inventory can be classified into three main types based on the stage in the production or the sale process. The first one is raw material. These are the basic inputs used to manufacture finished goods. Raw materials can be anything from steel sheet for car manufacturing to flour for baking. Proper management of raw materials ensures that the production is never halted due to shortage. Then comes work in progress, WIP. Work in process inventory includes partially finished products that are still in the manufacturing process. Managing WIP helps monitor production efficiently and identify bottlenecks in the production line. The third one is finished goods. Finished goods are products that have completed the manufacturing process and are ready to be sold to the customer. So keeping appropriate level of finished goods is critical to meet customer demand promptly. So now let's move forward and see importance of inventory balance. So balancing inventory means maintaining optimal stock levels that satisfy demand without overstocking or understocking. So this balance is vital because it reduces holding costs. Excess inventory requires storage space and handling, which increase operational costs. Second one is prevents stockouts. Insufficient inventory can lead to delays in order fulfillment, damaging customer satisfaction and brand reputation. The third point is improves cash flow. Inventory ties up working capital. Efficient inventory balance frees up cash for other businesses' activity. Then comes enhances forecasting. Proper inventory tracking supports accurate demand forecasting and the better planning. So achieving the right inventory balance requires sophisticated management techniques and tools. which we will discuss in the next section. So there are inventory management models. So three of the most popular inventory management models are economic order quantity EOQ, inventory production quantity, and ABC analysis. So each of the inventory management models has an alternative way to deal with assisting you in knowing how much stock you out to have available. So things you choose to utilize rely upon your business. So let's discuss the first one, economic order quantity. So this is the best e-commerce traders and retail operators driven by a prudent rationale to keep away from stockouts. So utilizing deterministic inventory management models like the economic order quantity EOQ models will assist you with the processing and ideal request amount that limit stock expenses and keeps away from the most dreaded part of e-commerce. So the EOQ is a recipe that figures the most prudent numbers of things a businesses should request to limit cost and boost esteem when reloading stocks. So this is the formula. EOQ equals to 2DS slash C. So D means annual demand, C means carrying cost, and S means ordering cost. So in this case, the EOQ model expects a consistent request from an item and prompts accessibility of things to be restocked. It does not represent occasional or economic fluctuations. It expects fixed expenses of inventory units, requesting charges, and holding charges. No stockouts are allowed. So this inventory model requires non-stop checking of inventory levels. The viability of the essential EOQ models is generally restricted by the presumptions of an one-item business, and the recipe does not permit communication between items. Also, EOQ accepts a boundless arranging skyline, and there is no restrictions on capital availability. This is the main function of EOQ. Then the second comes inventory production quantity, also called economic production quantity or EPQ. This kind of inventory management model discloses to you the number of items your businesses should arrange in solitary clusters in order to diminish holding expenses and arrangement costs. It expects that each request is conveyed by your provider in parts to your business instead of in one full item. So this model is an augmentation of the EOQ model. The distinction between the two models is the EOQ model expects providers are convey stocks in full to your client or business. So here is how you can calculate your inventory production quantity. 2kh dh 1 minus x. So K means setup or order cost, D means demand rate, H means yearly holding cost per product, P means yearly production rate, and X equals to D upon P means demand rate by yearly production rate. Then you can take the square root of 2SG slash production cost 1 minus S. Here S is your setup cost, D is your demand rate, X is your demand rate by production. So this model could be the best choice for your business if your business will generally request inventory from providers in parts as opposed to one full request. For example, for an automotive organization, interest in items is consistent over various periods of time. Fine. Now let's jump into the third one, ABC analysis. So the more cash explicit inventory presents to you, the more significant it is to you. ABC examination arranges your inventory depending on degree of significance by realizing which stock is the main. You realize where to concentrate. To be best, ABC analysis is often utilized with other inventory management models like the just-in-time GIT technique. So here ABC means always better control, as you can see on the picture. So stock is sorted into either bunches A, B, C. So how would you know which class to put inventory under? So it depends on the 80 by 20 guideline, otherwise called the Pareto principle. So category A, inventory under the classification gets the most cash and is just a modest quantity of your all stock out. It accounts for just 20% of your stock, however gets 70% of your complete income. So category A stock is given the most measure of consideration and has the tight requesting control setup. Category B better. Unlike category A stock, this category B stock is not fundamental for your business to endure. However, it is actually matters because it is 30% of your stock with 25% income. Then comes category C, control. Inventory arranged under category C is 50% of your items with 5% income. So this stock does not get as much as benefit A and B gets. However, it is a steady inventory management is quite free here since it gets the modest quantity of pay. So in the event that your organization offer administrations or items that all shift significantly in the cost, for example, an arranging organization, this will be a viable model for you. So a genuine model is Amazon, whose items cover an enormous scope of cost. Few out of every odd things you see recorded on their site is available. That would prompt extraordinarily high holding costs, making it hard to make money. So all things being equal, they request stock dependent on what they see with their ABC classification rules. So the drawback to this kind of inventory management model is that you need to classify the correct stock accurately with the goal for it to work, or else you will be putting all your inventory management models into consideration into an item that is not presenting to you the most cash. Now comes procurement and sourcing. So procurement and sourcing are closely related functions that involve acquiring goods and services needed for the business to operate. So procurement is the process of finding, acquiring and buying goods, services or works from an external source. It includes activities like supplier selection, negotiation, purchasing and contract management. Efficient procurement ensures that the company obtains quality materials at the best possible price and the terms. Whereas strategic sourcing and supplier relationship. Strategic sourcing goes beyond simple purchasing by evaluating and selecting suppliers based on long-term value rather than just price. So developing strong supplier relationship can lead benefits such as better price and payment terms, higher quality materials, improved reliability and improved and innovation, collaboration, risk mitigation. So there are local versus global sourcing challenges as well. Local sourcing refers to procuring goods and servicing from suppliers within the same country or region, whereas global sourcing means buying goods and services from international suppliers. So business must weigh these pros and cons carefully to choose the right sourcing strategy to their needs. So in conclusion, inventory management and procurement are complex yet essential functions that significantly impact a company's efficiency, cost, and customer satisfaction. Understanding inventory types, maintaining the right balance, applying the right management models, and developing strategic procurement and sourcing approach are key to building a resilient and competitive supply chain. So by implementing proven frameworks like GIT, EOQ, and ABC analysis, and fostering strong supplier relationships, businesses can optimize their inventory and procurement to support growth adaptability in today's dynamic market. So in the next module, we will learn about supply chain logistics and the flow. In today's world, goods travel a long way before they reach your hand, from raw materials to finished products on shore shelves or delivered to your doorstep. Behind this journey is an important system called logistics. It's a part of supply chain that plans and manages the movement and storage of goods, as well as related information and payments. This module will explain logistics in detail. So you will learn about different ways of goods are transported, how they are stored in warehouses, the role of third-party logistics, 3PL providers, and the three main types of flows in supply chain, which are material, information, and the financial flows. So let's start with what is logistics. So logistics is the entire process of managing how things move and are stored from the place they are made or gathered, you can say, to the place they are sold or used. It includes planning, implementing, and controlling. So the movement of goods, which is transportation, the storage of goods, which is known as warehousing, the flow of information, which is tracking or orders, the flow of money, payments, and invoices. So think of logistics as the behind the scenes work that makes sure you get your products on time, whether you shop online or at the store. So why is logistic important? First reason is customer satisfaction. Timely delivery of products keeps customer happy. Second reason is cost efficiency. Good logistics reduces unnecessary cost like storage fees or delays. The third point is competitive advantage. So fast and reliable logistics help businesses stand out. Fourth point is inventory management. Keep track of what's available, preventing stockouts or excess inventory. The fifth point is supports global trade. So makes international buying and selling possible just because of logistics. So now let's move forward and see what are the modes of transport, like how goods move. So the transportation is a vital part of moving product from one place to another can be done in different ways depending on the type of goods, speed needed, cost, and the distance. The first one is air transport. Air transport involves moving goods by airplanes. So when to use? This is needed when the speed is critical. For example, urgent medical supplies, fresh foods, or high value electronics. Advantages are faster way to ship goods, especially overseas. Good for fragile or perishable goods that must arrive quickly. But there are disadvantages as well. This is expensive compared to other modes. Limited capacity because planes can carry only such weight and size. Weather can cause delays. Examples are shipping luxury watches from Switzerland to the US, delivering spare airplane parts for the urgent repairs. The second transport is the sea transport. Sea transport moves goods via cargo ships across oceans and the seas. So when to use sea transport? You guys can use for large, heavy shipments like raw materials, automobiles, or furniture, especially internationally. Advantages are cheapest way to move very large volumes like cars, bikes, automobile, and even can carry very heavy and bulky goods. Disadvantages are this is slow, can take weeks or months. Ports can be crowded, causing delays. Weather can disrupt schedules. Example is importing crude oil from the Middle East, exporting cars from the Japan. The third transport is the road transport. Road transport uses trucks, lorries, or vans to deliver goods on roads. So when to use for the local or the regional deliveries or to connect ports and the warehouses. Advantages are door-to-door delivery is possible, flexible routes and scheduling, ideal for short to medium distances, but there are disadvantages as well. Traffic jams and road conditions can cause delays, limited by regulations such as truck weight limits. Example is delivering groceries from warehouse to supermarket, courier service like FedEx or DHL. The last transport is comes the rail transport. Rail transport uses trains to move goods on tracks. So when to use? Moving heavy or bulk goods over land, especially over long distance. Advantage is most cost effective than trucks for heavy cargo. Environmentally friendlier due to lower emission, high carrying capacity. Disadvantages limited network coverage because every city is not having the rail transport. Less flexible, requires transfer to trucks for final delivery. Example is transporting coal from mines to power plant, shipping steel from factories to construction sites. So after understanding mode of transport, let's learn warehousing and inventory storage. So warehousing is a key part of logistics that involves storing goods safely until they are needed. It acts as a hub between production and the consumption. So why warehousing is needed? The first one is balance supply and demand. Production might not always match customer demand exactly. Warehouses store extra goods for when they are needed. The second is buffer for delays. Help avoid disruptions if shipments are delayed. The third point is consolidation and sorting. Products from different suppliers can be gathered and sorted for shipment to the customer at the warehouse. Then comes protection. Safeguards goods from damage, theft, or weather conditions. So now let's understand the types of warehouses. First one is public warehouses. These are available for use by multiple companies on a rental basis. The second one are private warehouse, owned and operated by a company for its own goods. The third one is distribution centers, focus on quick movement and sorting of goods, often for fast delivery. Then comes cold storage, special warehouses for perishable items like food and medicine requiring refrigeration. So there are modern warehousing technology as well. So many warehouses use nowadays automation like conveyor belt, robots, and computerized tracking systems to improve speed and accuracy. So barcode scanners and RFID tags help track every item inside the warehouse, as you have seen in the airport. Whenever luggage bag comes, it comes through the barcode scanner. Now let's move forward and see what is this 3PL, third party logistics. So not every company manages its own transportation and warehousing. Some hire outside experts called third party logistics providers or 3PLs. So what does a 3PL do? Handle shipping, warehousing, and delivery. Second point is manages inventory and order fulfillment. The third point is provides technology and the expertise. And then comes often offers custom clearance for international shipment, which is very important point. So what are the benefits of using 3PL? The first one is cost saving. 3PLs can use their scale to reduce cost. Second is flexibility. Easy to increase or reduce logistics capacity as needed. The third point is focus on core business. Companies can concentrate on making products or sales. Then comes access to expertise. 3PLs specialize in logistics and stay up to date with best practices and regulations. Examples of 3PL companies are the DHL supply chain, FedEx supply chain, UPS logistics, XPO logistics, and many others. So 3PL or third party logistics is the best for those who are starting their business in the early stage. So now let's move forward and see types of flow in supply chain. So in a supply chains, there are three main types of flow happen simultaneously. Material flow, informational flow, and the financial. Managing all three well is the key to success. So the first one is material flow, which is moving the physical goods. So material flow is the physical movement of raw materials, parts, and finished goods along the supply chain. It starts with the raw material coming to factories, then moves to work in progress goods being made, then ends with finished goods delivered to customers or stores. So, a smooth material flow ensures that production continues without interruptions and customers get their products on time. But there are challenges as well in the material flow. The first one is transportation delays. The second is damage or loss during transit. The third point is managing inventory levels. Not too much, but not too little as well. The second type of flow is information flow, sharing data and updates. The information flow involves the sharing of data about orders, inventory levels, shipping status, and demand forecast between all parties in the supply chain. It tracks what goods have been ordered and received, helps plan the production and the delivery schedules, supports forecasting demand to avoid shortage or overstock. So there are examples of information flow are a retailer sending a purchase order to a supplier, a logistic company providing shipment tracking updates, and the third is a warehouse reporting current inventory to the manufacturer. So the important point is good information flow reduces errors, speed up decisions, and improves coordination. And it will lead to the customer satisfaction. The third flow is the financial flow, which is managing payments and the credits. So financial flow covers all the money related transactions between supply chain and the partner. The payment to the suppliers, invoices from the vendors, credit terms and refunds. So efficient financial flow ensures suppliers get paid on time. Companies maintain good cash flow and transactions are recorded accurately. So how logistics support supply chain business? So logistic is the link that connects suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, and customers. So now let's see how goods logistics help. The first point is reduce lead time. Quicker transport and better planning means products arrive faster. The second point is cut cost. Optimize routes, choosing the right transport mode, and reducing storage time save money. Then comes improves product quality. Proper handling and storage keep products safe. Then enhance customer experience. On time deliveries build trust and repeat business. And there is one more point enables scalability, which is efficient logistics supports business growth and the new markets. But if something is having pros, it also have cons. So there are challenges in logistics as well. While logistics is vital, it can also be complicated. First one is rising fuel and labor costs. It will increase the expenses. Then traffic congestion and infrastructure limit. It will cause the delays. Then comes global regulation and customs.
It is the complicate international shipping. Then comes technology integration. Can be difficult for companies to implement. Then comes unexpected events like natural disasters or pandemic disrupt supply chain. Overcoming these challenges requires careful planning, technology, and good partnership. So, in conclusion, logistics is the art and science of moving and storing goods in a way that meets customer needs efficiently and cost effectively. It involves choosing the right transport mode, air, sea, road, or rail, storing products safely in warehouses, and sometimes using specialized third party companies 3PL to handle these tasks. Alongside the physical movements of goods, material flow, managing the flow of information, and money is equally important to keep the entire supply chain running smoothly. So, by understanding and improving logistics and three flows in a supply chain, businesses can save money, grow their operation, and satisfy customers better than ever before. So in the next module, we will explore modern supply chain techniques or technology, real world issues, and the future trend in supply chain management.
Supply chain management (SCM) has evolved far beyond the traditional model of moving goods from point A to B. Today, it's complex, interconnected web of digital and physical processes, optimized to meet the demands of global commerce, customer expectations, and sustainability. Technology plays a central role in this transformation, powering visibility, intelligence, and agility across supply chain. So, in this module, we will explore some of the most impactful technologies shaping supply chain management, from RFID tracking and IoT sensors to AI forecasting and blockchain transparency. We will also examine the major challenges SCM professionals face today, key career roles and tools, and what the future holds for the dynamic field. So let's start with the RFID and GPS tracking for the real-time visibility. It is one of the biggest challenges in supply chains is knowing where goods are at given moment. RFID, radio frequency identification, and GPS tracking technologies provide the answer by enabling real-time location visibility through the supply chain. How RFID work? RFID tags are small chip attached to items, pallets, or containers that emit radio signals. RFID readers placed throughout warehouses or transport routes capture these signals, automatically recording when and where items move. This system reduces human error, improves inventory accuracy, and speeds up processes like receiving, picking, and shipping. Unlike barcodes, RFID tags don't require line of sight scanning, enabling batch reads and seamless automation. Whereas GPS tracking for transportation, GPS tracking devices provide continuous update on vehicle location, speed, and estimated arrival time. This visibility helps logistics teams optimize routes, respond proactively to delays, and keep customers informed with accurate deliver windows. Combined RFID and GPS technologies create an end-to-end digital trail, essential for efficient and transparent supply chain operations. Let's move forward and see IoT sensors in warehouses and transport. So, the Internet of Things IoT has changed supply chain environments by embedding sensors in warehouse, vehicles, and even packaging. Whereas warehouse IoT sensors monitor environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, and light, critical for sensitive goods like pharmaceuticals or foods. They track equipment performance to predict maintenance needs before breakdowns occur, reducing downtime. Whereas transport IoT, so in transit, IoT devices can monitor vibration, shock, or tilt to detect mishandling. Sensors also track fuel usage and driver behavior to improve safety and reduces cost. The data generated by IoT sensors feeds into centralized dashboards, enabling real-time alerts and delayed analytics that optimize supply chain performance. Next comes AI and machine learning demand for forecasting. Accurate demand forecasting is crucial to avoid stockouts or excess inventory. Traditional forecasting methods often rely on historical data and can't amount for sudden market changes, whereas AI-powered forecasting and machine learning models analyze vast data sets, including sales trends, social media sentiments, weather forecasts, and economic indicators to predict demand more precisely. These systems continuously learn and adapt, improving accuracy over time. For instance, an AI model might detect a spike in demand for certain products during a viral social media campaign and adjust procurement plans accordingly. Improved forecasting reduces cost, enhances customer satisfaction, and drives smarter inventory management. And next comes blockchain for secure, transparent transaction. Blockchain technology, originally developed for cryptocurrency, has found significant potential in supply chains for improving security and transparency. So, how blockchains enhances SCM? By creating a decentralized tamper-proof ledger. Blockchain ensures all transactions from purchase order to delivery confirmation are recorded and verified by multiple parties. So this transparency reduces fraud, errors, and disputes. For example, consumers can trace provenance of a product, verifying ethical sourcing or authenticity. Smart contracts, self-executing agreements coded on the blockchain, automate payments or penalties based on delivery milestone, speeding up settlements and increasing trust. The next comes ERP tools like SAP and Oracle for the operations. So enterprise resource planning, ERP systems integrate key supply chain functions, procurement, inventory management, production, sales, finance into one unified platform. Leading ERP solutions are SAP and Oracle, among the most widely used ERP platforms, offering modules tailored to supply chain processes. These tools enable centralized data management, automated workflows, and real-time reporting. For example, if a supplier delays delivery, the ERP can automatically trigger notification to production planners to adjust schedules. By breaking down department silos, ERP systems enhance coordination and decision making across the entire supply chain. Modern supply chains aren't just physical, they are digital. AI predicts demand, sensor tracks movements, and platforms connect everything in real time. So there are some major challenges in today's supply chain management as well. Despite technological advances, supply chain faces numerous ongoing challenges that require savvy management and innovation. The first one is global disruption. Events such as pandemics, geopolitical conflicts, and natural disasters can suddenly disrupt supply chains, causing shortage and delays. The COVID-19 pandemic, for example, exposed vulnerabilities in global sourcing and logistic networks. The second is inventory shortage. Small fluctuation in consumer demands can cascade up the supply chain, causing exaggerated inventory swings, a phenomenon known as the bullwhip effect. This results in inefficient stock levels, increased cost, and lost sales. Then comes rising transportation and the fuel cost. So fuel price volatility and increased transportation expense but pressure on logistic budgets. Supply chain managers must optimize routes and modes to balance the cost with the speed and reliability. Then comes ethical sources and green logistics. Consumers and regulators increasingly demand sustainable and ethical supply chains. Companies must verify supplier practice and reduce their environmental footprints through initiatives like carbon neutral shopping or circular supply chains. So the supply chain isn't always smooth sailing, and today's managers need to navigate disruptions, delayed, and environmental demands. Bro, the heading, we have to change the heading. I will give you the screenshot, okay? Because this heading is wrong. Okay, let me pause it and change the heading first. Yeah, fine now. So the supply chain field offers diverse roles, each leveraging specific skills and technology. The first comes supply chain analyst. These professionals interpret data from ERP forecasting and tracking tools to identify bottlenecks and optimize flow. Then comes logistics manager, responsible for coordinating the movement of goods. They work with carriers, manage warehouses, and ensure timely deliveries. Then come procurement specialists. They manage sources, vendor relationships, and negotiate contracts to secure quality materials at competitive prices. Then comes operations coordinator. This role focuses on day-to-day execution, ensuring all moving parts operate smoothly and issues are resolved quickly. So there are some essential tools as well. So common tools include Excel for data analysis, Tableau and Power BI for visualization, and enterprise platform like SAP for operational management. So SCM, it's a field with hands-on problem solving, tons of data, and big career opportunities across industries. So what are the future trends in supply chain management? Looking ahead, several trends promises to redefine how supply chains operate. The first one is autonomous delivery. Drones and self-driving trucks are poised to automate last mile delivery, reducing costs and expanding reach, especially in hard to access areas. Then come hyper automation in warehouse, combining robotics, AI, and IoT to automate picking, packing, and sorting processes. Warehouses are becoming more efficient and scalable. Then come predictive analytics for proactive decision making. Advanced analytics will enable supply chains to anticipate disruptions, optimize inventory, and plan for market changes before they happen. Then comes circular supply chains, emphasizing reuse and recycling. Circular models reduce waste and promote sustainability throughout product lifecycle. At the last, it comes AI-powered supplier risk management. AI system will monitor supplier stability, compliance, and geopolitical risk in real time, helping companies proactively manage vulnerabilities. In conclusion, technology has transformed supply chain management into a highly dynamic and digital discipline. From RFID tags tracking shipments in real time to AI algorithm forecasting demand and blockchain securing transactions. So the tools at supply chain professional disposal have never been powerful. As we move forward and increasingly connected and intelligent future, supply chains will continue to evolve, shaping how goods and services reach us efficiently, ethically, and reliably. So congratulations on completing Introduction to Supply Chain Management course. You have taken a big step in leveraging supply chain into your resume. So now it's time to put your learning into action.
Welcome to the Customer Relationship Management course by Simplilearn. So today we are going to talk about something that's super important for businesses of all sizes. That is CRM. You might have heard this term tossed around a lot. But what exactly it is? So why do companies care so much about it, and what are the main parts that make up a CRM system? So let's dive in and break it all down. So, initially, we'll begin with what is CRM. So, CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. So, sounds fancy, right? But really, it's all about managing how businesses interact with their customers. So, imagine you are running a lemonade stand. You have regular customers who love your lemonade and maybe some who complain about the sugar level. So you want to remember who likes what, follow up with your customers, and keep track of your sales. So that's basically CRM, a way to organize all the information about your customers so that you can build stronger relationships with them. So, in today's world where companies deal with thousands and millions of customers, this gets a lot more complex. So, CRM systems are like digital assistants that help businesses keep everything organized from customer contact information, the past purchases, the complaints, the preferences to even how and when to reach out again. So, to sum it up all together, CRM is a strategy and a tool businesses use to understand and serve their customers better. So, let us understand now why CRM is so important. So, now you might ask, okay, why should businesses care about CRM? So, why not just wing it? So, great question. Here's why CRM is a big deal. So, it enhances better customer relationships. So, when a business knows who you are and what you like and what you have bought before, it feels personal. And guess what? People love that. So, when companies use CRM properly, customers feel valued, not just a number. And then, secondly, comes it boosts sales and revenue. So, by tracking customer behaviors, businesses can spot trends like which products sell best or which customers might be ready to buy again. So, this means more targeted sales efforts, which leads to more sales. And then, coming to the third one, we have it improves the customer service. So imagine calling a company and the person answering already knows your issues and history. So that saves time and frustration. So CRM helps customer service reps to do that by giving them quick access to the customer information. Then moving on, we have the streamlines marketing efforts. So instead of blasting generic ads, companies can send personalized offers based on your preferences or past purchases. So this means marketing is more effective and customers get relevant messages. And then we have centralizes the information. So in big companies, different teams like the sales, marketing or support all need customer information. So the CRM keeps everything in one place. So everyone is on the same page. Then we have finally, it is about data-driven decisions. So CRM systems often come with analytics tools that help companies understand what's working and what's not. So making smarter business decisions is all about CRM. So CRM is not just a software, it's a game changer for how companies build lasting customer loyalty and grow their business. So let's now move on to the main components of CRM. So alright, now that we have known what CRM is and why it is so important, let's look at the main pieces that make it all work. So most CRM systems have these core components. The first one is sales automation. So this is all about helping the sales team manage leads, track customer interactions, schedule follow-ups, and close deals faster. For example, the system might remind a salesperson to call a client or send a quote. And then we have marketing automation. So this component helps businesses automate the marketing campaigns. It can send personalized emails, manage social media posts, and track how customers respond. So think of it like a marketing robot working 24/7. And then we have this customer service and support. So when customers have issues or questions, this part helps manage tickets, track problem solutions, and provide timely support. So it keeps services reps informed so that they can help faster and better. And then we have this contact management. So this is the heart of CRM. It stores the detailed customer profiles including names, phone numbers, emails, purchase history, preferences and more. It's like a smart address book but way more powerful. So then moving on, we'll understand the analytics and reporting. So CRM systems collect tons of data. So this part analyzes it to create reports and dashboards showing sales performance, customer behavior, campaign success, and other valuable insights. Then we have workflow automation. So this lets businesses set up rules to automate the repetitive tasks like assigning new leads to the sales reps or sending thank you emails after a purchase, saving time and reducing errors. Then we have integration capabilities. So modern CRMs can connect with other tools businesses use like the emails, calendars, accounting software and social media platforms. So what it does, this makes sure data flows seamlessly between systems. So let's now move on to the next chapter and understand CRM in a deeper level. So in this chapter, we'll understand the CRM process. So how does CRM actually work? The CRM process is basically a cycle that helps companies manage every step of their interaction with the customers. So the first one is collecting customer data. So first, businesses gather information about their customers like names, contact information, purchase history, and even their preferences. Now moving on, we have organizing and analyzing. So this data is then organized so that it's easy to access and analyze. For example, the system can tell which products a customer buys most often or when they last the contacted support. So then we have engaging with the customers. So based on this information collected, companies can send personalized offers, respond quickly to the questions, or follow up after a purchase. So then we have improving relationships. So the goal is to build a stronger ongoing relationship by understanding the customer needs and solving their problems. And then we have feedback and optimization. So finally, companies gather feedback to see what's working and what's not, and then improve their process. So let's now understand, what does a CRM manager do? So imagine the CRM manager as the conductor of an orchestra. So making sure all the pieces of the work together perfectly to create the great customer experience. So here's what they actually do. So they manage the CRM system. So they oversee the CRM software to ensure that it runs smoothly and it stores the accurate customer data. So then he analyzes the customer data. So they look at trends and patterns to help marketing and sales team target the right customers with the right message. And then we have coordinate the teams. So they work closely with the sales, marketing, and even the customer support teams to make sure everyone uses CRM data effectively. And then they improve the customer experience. So they find ways to enhance how the company interacts with the customers, such as automating follow-ups or creating. So then moving on to the fifth one, we have he trains the staff. So he teaches the team members how to use the CRM system properly. So let's now move on and actually see the real world CRM examples. So let's look at some real companies and how they use CRM. So the first one is Amazon. So ever noticed how Amazon recommends products you might like? So that's CRM in action. They analyze your past purchases and browsing habits to personalize your shopping experience. Then we have Starbucks. So they use CRM to send you special offers on your birthday or rewards for your loyalty, making you feel valued and encouraging you to keep coming back. And then moving on, we have Netflix. So Netflix tracks what you watch and uses the data to suggest shows you might enjoy. So this personalized approach keeps viewers engaged longer. So then we have a small local business. So even a local coffee shop might use CRM to remember your favorite order and send you coupons or even invites via email or text. So CRM management is all about using technology and smart strategies to build strong, lasting relationships with the customers. So helping businesses grow and customers feel appreciated. So a CRM manager is the person making sure that all these moving parts work together smoothly. So let's now go ahead and train ChatGPT to act like a customer support bot. So let's get started. Hey everyone, welcome to this next chapter. So what if your customer support never slept, never got tired and always had the answers ready? So today we are making that happen. I will walk you through how to set up ChatGPT as a smart AI-powered customer support assistant. So you will learn how to give it a real company information, making it respond like your support repository and see it in action, answering the common customer queries, all step by step. No complex coding needed. So let's get started. So the first step would be building the foundation, that is defining your business information. So we will use a sample company information. The sample company name should be Glowtech, which sells the smart gadgets. So here's what we would feed into the ChatGPT. So let's take an overview. So we have written the company name as Glowtech. The industry is a consumer electronics. The support hours are Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. IST. We have an email and a phone number. Then we have defined the return policies. The refunds available within 30 days of delivery. Only for the unused and the unopened items, return shipping is customer's responsibility. Then we have warranty of 1 year for the manufacturing defects. It covers the smartwatches, earbuds, smart home devices. Then we have shipping, the standard 5 to 7 working days. Then expedited is 2 to 3 working days. Tracking links sent via email. Then we have the contact channels like email, web form and WhatsApp. Then we have typical issues like delayed orders, refund and return questions, warranty claims and product troubleshooting. So the next step would be copying this whole information. Okay. So I would copy this. I will go back to ChatGPT and I will paste this here. And I will write here, you are a helpful customer support assistant for Glowtech. So I need you to basically use this following information to answer questions. So then if unsure, ask the customer to contact support@glowtech.com and always greet the customers. So, hello, how can I assist you with the Glowtech products today? If you have any questions about refunds, warranty, shipping or product, feel free to ask. If I can't answer your question, I will guide you to contact. Well, what can I do for you? So the next step would be testing the conversations. So there are some common scenarios that take place with the customer support. I won't be asking the similar questions. So let's suppose the first question would be a refund request. So I would say, I want to return my smartwatch. So it has answered, hello, if you would like to return your Glowtech smartwatch, please note the refund policy. Returns are accepted within 30 days of delivery. The item must be unused and unopened. So it is nice, actually behaving like a customer support bot. So then the next question I would like to ask, it's been 8 days and I still don't have my package. So you can see, I understand your concern about the delay in receiving the Glowtech smartwatch, shipping time frame, tracking your order. It has given the like Glowtech and the Glowin and Glowtech. No tracking information. If there is no tracking information available or if the status has not been updated for the several days, it's advisable to contact the Glowtech's customer support for assistance. So it has now redirected you can reach out to the Glowtech's customer support via. You can just mail it, you can just call it. They will be available to provide you with the most accurate information regarding your order status. So you can see that it has given you all the answers to your question. The time frame it has given, then the tracking your order. If there is no tracking available, what all you can actually do, then it is really nice to use this as a chat support. So then I will guide it to, I want you to behave, always greet the customers and say thank you after it's over. Be kind and helpful customer support bot. Now, let's ask about the warranty. Like my earbuds stopped working after 4 months. I'm too sorry to hear that your Glowtech earbuds stopped working after 4 months. Please note that Glowtech offers a 1-year warranty covering the manufacturer defects. I recommend contacting Glowtech support. Thank you for reaching out. If you have any other questions, I'm here to help. And so nicely, actually, the ChatGPT is behaving like a customer support. So let's ask about something that can be resolved. My smart bulb is not connecting to Wi-Fi. I'm sorry to hear that. Here are a few quick tips you can try. So basically it has provided with the tips what you can try at home. Make sure your Wi-Fi network is working properly and the bulb is within range. Restart your router and the smart bulb. Check that you are using the correct app and follow the setup instructions carefully. Ensure your phone is connected to the same Wi-Fi network you want the bulb to connect. Sometimes resetting the bulb to factory settings can help. So check the manual for reset steps. And always it will redirect you to the support for detailed troubleshooting. Thank you for reaching out. So it is behaving in a nice way. So let's now move on to the exclusive things that can actually help. So I want you to train on Glowtech customer support agent as a helpful, factual and polite way. Do not guess anything. If uncertain, say, let me escalate this to our human team and always offer next steps at the end of every interaction. So this is a type of training the ChatGPT. Can I get a refund on my smartwatch? On my used smartwatch. I'm sorry to hear you are facing issues with the Glowtech smartwatch. Glowtech's refunds policy specifies the returns are accepted within 30 days of delivery and the item must be unused and unopened. Since your smartwatch has been used, it may not qualify for a refund under the policy. To explore possible solutions, please contact our customer support team. They can assess your situation and determine if any exceptions or alternative solutions are applicable. Thank you for reaching out. If you have any other questions or need further assistance, feel free to ask. So this is actually nice. So let me ask something different. My product is defective, but I lost my invoice. Hello, I'm sorry to hear that your Glowtech product is defective and that you have misplaced your invoice. Warranty typically requires proof of purchase such as invoice or other order confirmation to validate a claim. Without the documentation, it may be challenging to process a warranty request. To explore the possible solutions, please contact the Glotex customer support. So this is nice then. These are the next steps that actually I wanted, and it is actually giving it. So then the next step would be going beyond, like something advanced issues. So after this, if you really want to advance the issues and give some advanced prompts, like use OpenAI API to embed ChatGPT into your website. Link with live ticket systems, for example, Fresh Desk, and Zendesk is also there. So use LangChain. So through LangChain, you can actually build the customer support robots over there. So use LangChain for real-time document lookup. That is basically using RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. So here, basically, after giving this prompt, you will be getting how to embed ChatGPT with the live ticket system and RAG using LangChain, OpenAI API integration. Use OpenAI's chat completion API or other models to power that chat interface on your website. The chat frontend can send user messages to OpenAI and display the responses. To connect to the ticket systems, Freshdesk or Zendesk, or anything like that. Then LangChain for the real-time document lookup, workflow example, tech stack suggestions, and basically we'll get everything at one go. So you can actually give again the training tips, like keep answers short, polite and helpful, set the tone as casual or formal depending on your brand, then simulate the real queries and refine responses. So that's it. We have built a working AI-powered customer support assistant using ChatGPT. So you saw how to fit into the company's information, simulate the real conversations, and customize its behavior. So guys, let's move on to the next AI tool that is used for customer relationship management. So here we are inside the Zoho's website. So this is the first free AI tool that can be used as a CRM. So the question is how to get here. So you can jump over to Google web browser and type Zoho free CRM. And you can just sign in with your Google account, and then it will ask you for your phone number and OTP to get verified. And you are inside. As I have already logged in before, so I didn't log in again. So I will directly go inside this CRM's homepage. So this is basically the dashboard of Zoho. So first things first, we'll start off with the dashboard itself. So you can basically see that the screen is divided into two parts. On the right hand side, you can see the open task. That is basically where you can see what is going on in respect to the customers. Then you have My Meetings. It is all about your reminder to any of the meetings you have on the current date. Then if you scroll down, it will be today's leads. And then finally, any of the details you're going to close this month. My deals closing this month. So at the bottom, we have feedback on new UI. So this is basically the new UI of Zoho. Previously it was different. And then you have announcements to make. You can do it. Then you can have sticky notes. You can even have activity reminders. Then you can actually move on to the recent items, and then accessibility, and then finally help. So then on the left hand side we have a panel out here, but where we have certain features. Let's see that one by one. But before that, I will just tell you, if you click on these three dots, you will have add component, reorder, and view full screen. So add component is basically my open task is one component. Meetings is another component, today's leads another component, and my deals closing this month is another component. If you want to add one component, you can just click on this. Then you have to basically select the module. Basically, you can contacts, custom view, you can see all contacts, component name give, customer contacts. And basically, you can click on save over here and it is updated securely. In this way, you can actually customize the dashboard of Zoho CRM. So let's move on and see it in view full screen mode. So this is actually nice. You can click on to escape and move on to the next. So coming to the left hand side, these are the various features of Zoho CRM. You can basically call this as modules even. So coming to the leads over here. So basically, I have made one lead. So if you want to create another lead, you can click on create a lead. And then you can just write the first name as John. You can write the name title as Mr. Phone number as 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Then click on the mobile and get another 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. And then lead source to be anything from advertisement, basically the source of the lead, where you have got the lead from, maybe advertisement or cold call, employee referral, external referral, or online store. So I would be giving it as cold call. Then industry is application service provider, data telecom, government or military, large enterprise. So give this as government. Company, write it as the name of the company, ABC, last name not required. You can write the email as @gmail.com. And you can give the FAS, give the website, lead status, number of employees, rating, can be acquired, active, marked fail, or project cancelled or shut down. You can give it as active, Skype ID, through which you can get a call, secondary email or Twitter. And you can just click on save. Last name to be will give as, and click on save. So now you can basically see the overview, the address information, the description, the notes if you want to attach any notes, any attachments, open activities, invited meetings, emails, drafts or scheduled any mails. You can basically get everything. Then over here you can click on convert, and basically it will convert it to your from a lead to a customer. So create a new deal for this account or just convert. You can click on convert and then you can see account created and contact. So go to leads again, and in this way you can just create one lead. So here, coming to the contacts, create a new contact. It would be anything, writing the name. For example, give it as. So I can actually show you from itself. I have this. So this is the overview. Hide the details, address information. So here basically you can directly send a mail. You can go and delete, print the preview, find and merge duplicates. So there can be two Johns. So if they are the same person, you can actually find and merge the duplicate. Then you can customize the business card, organize contact details. Now if you want to edit, you can even edit, like add new. Then basically go for the accounts. You can go here and create a new account for a particular customer, or else you can go here and see that I have already created one account, and this is for John DeCruz itself, and you can see you can create notes, attachments, deals, assign or a new deal. Then you have contacts. Through this you can send a mail. So basically you can get the whole information, whole account of the particular customer. So in this way you have the whole information for a particular customer. So then you can see, and coming to deals, you can here define your sales cycle and track your sales pipeline. So this is true, you can track and manage your sales pipeline, and now you can create or import a deal directly. So you can now just click on create detail, and you can fill in all the things and click and save over here. So all these things marked in red are the necessary ones, and you have to go ahead and do this. Then coming to calls, you can basically see how do you track customer interactions. So interactions are a very important part of the CRM, as you can actually interact with your customer and turn the lead into a customer itself and then make a deal out of it. So you can automatically log every sales call by integrating your phone system with just one click. Integrate telephony. Then, or if you prefer to do the things manually, then log calls or schedule a call to follow up with the customers. Then basically you can come to task. How do you get work organized? You can create task and set reminders to your task, like create one or import the task. You can create a task like the subject of the task, due date, the contact status, reminder, priority, and everything at one place. You can just save it and go ahead and create a new. Then you can come over here in the meeting section, where basically you track the customer meetings. So meetings are very important, you have to just be there before the meeting so that you never miss on to a customer. So maintaining the customer relationship is all about meetings. So you can create meetings, set reminders, and add invites to the meetings itself. So you can import it directly or create a meeting. Location and everything you can have to give, and just have to save, and the meeting would be created. So then go for these campaigns. So plan campaigns. So campaigns are marketing efforts planned, executed, and monitored from within your CRM. Like you have to create a campaign. For example, if you click on this create, you have to fill up the full necessary information, and you can actually create the campaign. Going ahead in the document section, this is very important part of the CRM. So basically you can upload any documents over here from directly upload, and you will be generating from your device itself. You can go to documents, you can go to pictures if you have any, if you want to go to here and music, videos, and favorites. You can even have a library over here, and you can even delete from here. Then basically visits tracking. You can actually identify and track your website visitors in Zoho CRM. So basically you have to scroll down and generate more qualified leads. Get started, identify important prospects on your website, engage them in real time, and convert them to leads, all without leaving your Zoho CRM window. You can just not leave the CRM window and convert a lead into a customer. And then you can go ahead in the project section that is the unified sales and project management, a smarter way to bridge the gap between sales and project tracking. So you can connect, you can track, you can deliver. So just have to get started. All in this one time frame. So then you can go to this report section, and these are the report template. Top 10 templates by click rate. Email reports also you have over here. For example, this no data found because I have not created any. So you can even go to this my reports, go to favorites, recently viewed. So I have viewed this recently and it came over here. Deal reports, basically everything you will be getting in one website. So this is how CRM is actually useful. It's the number one most recommended CRM tool, and that is for free. And Zoho Analytics by Zoho is really awesome. So it is a must-try tool for you. So let's move on and get to the next tool. Hi everyone. In this video, we will explore the 3 popular free CRM tools that can help you manage your sales, contacts, and customer relationships. So other than Zoho. So we will walk you through the HubSpot CRM, then Freshsell CRM, and then finally the Bittrex 224 CRM. So let's get started with HubSpot. So the first app is HubSpot CRM, a user-friendly tool loved by many beginners and marketing teams. So to go to this page, you have to just type in your browser HubSpot's free CRM and then click on Get Free CRM. So sign up using your email or social login. So before signing up, I'll just let you know the overview of the HubSpot. So this is basically the dashboard, and here you can see there are various products of HubSpot platform. The first one is a marketing hub. It's a free and premium plans available, marketing automation software. Then we have operations hub, that is for the operation software. Both the free and the premium plans are there. Then the sales hub, there's a sales software. Then commerce hub, that is B2B commerce software, that is basically a business to business commerce software. Then we have service hub, that is the customer service software. Then we have smart CRM, and here AI powered CRM software is available. So then we have content hub, that is a content marketing software. And then finally we have small business handle. This is a starter edition of each product built for startups and small businesses are there. You can easily Breeze, that is AI tools powering the HubSpot platform, featuring a collection of AI agents and much more. And then you have app marketplace. Connect your favorite apps to the HubSpot. So then you can go down and see getting a demo. You can basically click here and get a demo of the whole software itself. And then you can even go to solutions and see there are by use cases, by team size, certain solutions are also available here. Then if you go to the pricing, and you can see Marketing Hub Professional for marketing teams who want to effectively run the omni-channel campaigns. It is $800 per month, includes 3 seats. And you can even pay upfront best value, and then you can even pay monthly or anything. It includes 2,000 marketing contacts. And then you have an enterprise plan, that is Marketing Hub Enterprise, and it is basically $3,600 per month, and it includes 5 seats. It was 3 and it's 5. And you can directly talk to the sales over here, and you can see the plan available over here, basically the beta version. And then I'll just move on. And then here you can click on the resources and you see the featured links, community events and partners, then educations available, services they are providing, and the tools available. So I'll just log in over here. The login is only in the upward section, and then you can just log in. So after you just log in with your Gmail account, this is the page that is gonna open in the HubSpot. So here on the left hand side, you can see certain guides. There is a marketing guide. So explore the other features in your template recommended. All you need to get started. Set up the basics. Then attract new customers with the marketing hub, and then attract and capture leads, engage leads and convert them into a customer, then track and analyze performance. So everything in a minute. So then if you scroll down, you can see you can even get connected with your mail account. Install the apps you use or explore 1500 plus more apps in the HubSpot app marketplace. And then when you scroll down, it is learn more about the marketing tools. So get started with a 4-minute lesson on attracting the right audience. So it even provides you with a guide, a video and everything else. Then take a short tour of how contacts work and then connect marketing apps from the app marketplace. So basically you can do marketing, sales, customer service guide, and then you have even content guide, and then finally you can even have a commerce guide. Build and manage your content, create content. It will about take 28 minutes. Reach your customers with the customer content. Then manage the content, save time and increase the team efficiency with content management tools. And then when you scroll down, it is there ready to connect. So connect your favorite tools to the HubSpot. And then when you scroll down, there is learn more about the content tools. So here you can invite your team or you can view your plan. So if you can view your plan, so basically it is free, but then you have so many of the 4 types of pricing. So the first one is Sales Hubs Starter. So basically it is $15 per month and pay monthly or even you can pay upfront. So this is there. And then when you go to this free tools, you can have a free tools, foundational tools to get you started, that is for free. Then HubSpot for the marketers, that is also there. Then you can just scroll over here and you can see contacts, companies, deals, tickets. So if you go to this contacts page, basically you have to fill the contact details. So you can even click over here or you can directly go and create contact. Help me get started. I will set by myself. Help me get started. So it will say create your first contact record in just a few steps. So create your contact. Set your contact properties. Choose the contact details you want to see. HubSpot has a huge range of contact properties and designed to just store the information you need. You can just scroll over here and you can see you can just note, you can email, then you can call, task, meeting, schedule meetings, and you can click here and many more options will be available. Then let's go back. And you can see companies available over here. You can sort by companies basically. So these are the companies. Then you can go to deals over here. So deals is basically a page where you create a deal to start building your winning sales process, like setting up your deals pipeline with stages for the real-time milestones. Then you can track your deals. So tracking is so much important to know the status of the deal. Then you can even go and report on yourself, so you can keep track of how much money you are making over time. So here you can click on and go to create a deal, and you can even ask for setting up by myself if you are a pro in this. And then if you are a beginner, I will recommend to go and start with help me get started. And necessarily the same, edit the name of your pipeline. You can just see, so define the deal stages. Then you can stage name, qualified to buy, presentation schedule, decision maker bought in, contract sent. You can even add or delete the stages. The next closing step would be closed won and closed loss, create a deal. And in this way you have just created a deal for you. So then I'll just go back, and you can see tickets over here. You can raise tickets of the issues with your customers. So basically this is a thing where actually the customer relationship management comes in. So it is actually how well you have tracked the issues with your customers, how easily you have solved the issues with your customers. You can track over here, create tickets and assign them to a member of your team so they can offer the right help at the right time. And providing the right help to the customers can actually draw more customers to you, because the after part of the sales is so much important. So want to learn more about these tickets? Read the knowledge base article. So it is providing you with a knowledge base article, which is 25 per page. Then you can even see the ticket owner, the create date, the last activity date, and the priority tickets over here. You can just go on and click on create ticket and create a ticket for yourself and then assign it to a team member. Then moving on, you can see the list, the inbox, basically where the mails come in. Then you can see the calls, the task for the today. They can even hear the playbooks. Basically keep your team aligned. Why should someone buy our products? You can even add it over here. The purpose of this playbook is to kick off the conversation with a new prospect and communicate the value of our products. What does your budget for this year look like? You can have a note over here. And then you can even have templates and you can even have snippets. So there are basically so much more you can do about that. And you have a separate for marketing, CRM, then you can even have for content and sales and so much more. You can even automate the workflows. You can have a data management of custom events, data quality, data sets, data model, and so much more. It will be very nice of you to see that you have a co-pilot over here. So you can see, hi, I'm Copilot, your new AI-powered collaborator. So I can answer questions about your HubSpot. And you can just see this Copilot here to actually help you in this CRM management. So you can even research about your company, add a company, or summarize the contact you mean. Then you can even give feedbacks to this. So I'll just put on. You can even write prompts over here like I need help for this and that. And you can even see the charts over here. So this is what about AI with HubSpot is. So let's now move on to the next tool. So the next tool is Fresh Sales CRM. So which is designed especially for the sales team looking to track the leads and the deals efficiently. So to get into here, you have to visit the freesales.io and hit get started for free. So let's have an overview first. So the products available in the Fresh Works is Fresh Desk Omni, Fresh Chat, Fresh Service, Fresh Sales, Fresh Marketer, and so on. And all products and trials are available. Then if you go here to see the platform, you can see the app marketplace, developers, technical alliances. And coming to the resources, we have customer stories, community, training, services, and support. And then you can even have a demo for this to get started with. Then you can see on the pricing and you can scroll down and see for growth. You can have $749 only per month and you can try it for free. And then you have a pro plan which is $3,239, which is ideal for growing and the mid-sized businesses requiring advanced capabilities and AI assistance. So these are the specifications what you will be getting over here. You can directly click on and compare. And coming to the last but not the least, that is the enterprise one, and this is around 4,899 to be specific, and that is per month, and you will be getting everything in a plus version for this. So let's now move on and see the exact thing. I will click on this try it for free, and you have to just provide your details, or you can just continue with the Google. So then after just you have entered with your Google account, they will be asking you about which industry do you belong to. IT infrastructure and services, computer software, manufacturing, e-commerce, financial services. So I'll just go and IT infrastructure and services, and then it will take me to this page. So here basically these are the accounts of the people. This is sample people, their job title, their email, mobile number, status and tags. Basically a decision maker, influencer, champion and so on. So this is basically a sample. You can filter the data by popular filter, sales owner, territory or the source. Then you can either filter your account, active sales, addresses and so on. Then move on and you can just go to new contacts and you can just add contact over here. You can just close this and import contacts from a Excel page, or you can just add contacts over here. Then you can go on and if you click on all the contacts would be visible. And then you have 12 more. What are they? Recently modified, default views. So this is it. You can personalize your CRM by your contacts, accounts or deals. So add your own deal, add your own everything and then save it. Then you have bring in the website leads. Then you can go ahead and invite your own team, then route the leads to your company and so on. Then if you just go and over here, it is basically the account section. And you can go ahead and your trial ends in 21 days. Explore the plan or request a demo. You basically add a demo over here. Then if you go ahead and you can click on add account, you can just go ahead and enter your account name, the website, industry type and the number of employees you are targeting. And then you can go here and get over the deals. This is a very beginner friendly website. You can take a tour of your deals. You can take a tour over here. Then you can see already some deals are available. This is a sample deal, but yeah, you can refer to it and make your own deal over here. And then you can see the conversation. So 4 types of conversation: others, Microsoft Outlook, Zoho and others. Then you can even have a look of the team inbox, sent, scheduled or anything like this. You can even have the templates, email templates over here, email tracking, SMS or chat. You can go ahead and view the analytics part. So this is basically very important that many of the tools are lacking, but now you are good to go with the fresh sales. You can go ahead and go to the admin settings like custom modules, leads, contacts and accounts, deals and pipelines, teams and territories. You can even manage how to communicate with the prospects and customers. You can even have LinkedIn lead generation forms over here as well. So this is a very great type of lead generation. And then you can even go ahead the plus over here and you can add a code, add tasks. This is sales activities over here. Then you can go ahead and go to the email section and then you can just set a reminder for yourself. And this is actually all about this fresh sales. So go ahead and try this tool. How much you explored, you are good to go with all the management. You can download the Fresh Sales mobile app itself and keep your sales organized wherever you are. So it also supports the email integration. Then you can just connect your email account to send and track mails right inside the CRM itself. So all in one point. So let's now move on to the next tool. So the last but not the least tool is Bittrex 24 CRM. So this is a powerful tool that combines CRM features with collaboration tools, great for the small teams. So just to come over here, you have to go to this bittrex.com and you can get here and start for free, or you have to get started with. Then once you start it for free, as we are a beginner, we'll start it for free and then you can see you can have this template and I'll go here and sign up with a Google account. It may take some time depending upon your Wi-Fi speed, but then it is worth it. And you can see it is a very eye-soothing dashboard over here. The UI is great. And then you can see over this and click on to continue, and you can specify how big is your company. So I'll just click on over more than 250 people, or you can just skip it and continue. What do you do? Digital marketing, or you can say real estate. So I'll click on this digital marketing. And what is your position? I will say as a sales manager. You can just click on to finish, and let's see what it is up to. This eye-soothing UI has just appeared, and you can see this is the dashboard, and you can see this is the deal section, the inventory section, the product catalog, customers, the contacts, companies, signing parties, vendors, and the contact center. You can have the sales, invoices, estimates. This is all the paid plans, I guess. You can even have a sales channel, and even have the import from the third-party CRM solution presets. Then you can go ahead with the real-time analytics like the sales funnel, employee performance, call analytics, and everything. This Power BI analytics is just closed. Maybe it's for a paid plan. The smart process automation, then settings, the CRM settings, my company settings, CRM access permission. So some of the features are basically for the paid plans over here. So let's move on and see. What do they mean this booking? So this is basically booking your calendar. So auto reminders and confirmations via SMS and WhatsApp. All contacts are saved to the CRM, waiting list and overbooking to keep the resources busy. Complex booking schemes involving multiple resources, book resources directly from the CRM deals. So let's move ahead and click on start now. I have to just add a resource over here. You can add and book nearly anything, a doctor, a car, or a property. So just go ahead and add a resource over here. So for this we have to upgrade. So for now we won't upgrade. So then we'll move on to this marketing. What does marketing stands for? So here you can actually create a campaign, either an email campaign, SMS campaign, messengers, voice broadcasting, and audio call. So you can even create your audience using the Google Ads, Facebook audience, or Facebook alike. Then some promoted posts, you have Facebook ads and Instagram ads that actually go well with the marketing, and then you have sales boost for the repeated sales. So then you can just move on and go to the sites and stores. So let's see what is there here. You can create your own site with an easy to use and create your own website with Pilot. Okay. So let's move ahead and create. It's a very interesting one. So these are for free. Web designer, recruitment agency. So you can just go ahead and click on sites and stores. And you can click on create again, and you can click on. So these are very popular templates available over here. You can go ahead and create one. So this is the AI enable copilot. So you have to just actually apply selection to all users, and you have to save. And I'll just go ahead, and then you can come to the collaboration part. This is very necessary for the feeds, messengers. Hi there, your virtual assistant, happy to answer all the questions. So basically you're even getting a virtual assistant over here as well. So this is the CRM with AI, and then you can go ahead and see the Power BI builder, then employees and automation, and so on. So e-signature for HR is also available over here. No data in this page available because I have not added in. So you can just go ahead and add your own things. So this is basically a must try tool for the CRM people, and It offers the built-in chat, the task management and calendars so you can collaborate easily with your team. So now manage your deals by going to the deal section, entering details like your deal name, stage and value. So don't forget to explore automation rules and triggers that can save time, although some features have limits on this free plan itself. So guys, that's a wrap on our quick demo of these 3 free CRM tools, the HubSpot CRM, Freshsale CRM and Bitrix CRM. So each has its unique strength, so you can pick the one that best fits your business needs. So that's our wrap on our quick demo for the 4 CRM tools. So guys, congratulations on completing the CRM with AI course. You have taken a huge step forward in understanding how modern customer relationship management works, starting with the core concepts that every business needs to know. From there, you dove into the exciting world of AI-powered support by learning how to train ChatGPT to act like a helpful, intelligent customer support bot. So this is not just theory. You have gained hands-on experience that shows you how AI can actually improve the real customer interactions. But we didn't stop here. You also explored some of the best free CRM tools out there, giving you a strong foundation to manage the leads, automate follow-ups, and build the lasting customer relations without breaking the bank. So with these new skills, you have more than ready to bring smart, efficient, and human-like support into any organization. So keep practicing, stay curious, and don't be afraid to experiment. So the future of CRM is powered by AI, and you are now equipped to be a part of it. So keep going, keep building, and most importantly, keep helping customers in smarter ways.
So guys, what is basically in Scrum? Scrum is an agile framework that has revolutionized the way complex projects are managed and completed. Its adaptability, focus on collaboration, and iterative approach makes it an ideal methodology for dynamic and fast-paced environments. While Scrum is most commonly associated with software development, its principles and practices can be applied to various industries to enhance efficiency and product quality. This comprehensive tutorial aims to provide you with a deeper understanding of Scrum, covering its roles, artifacts, event processes, benefits, and practical implementation. By the end of this tutorial, you will have a solid grasp of Scrum and how to leverage its potential for your projects. Now let us move on to the second part, with a thorough discussion on what are Scrum roles. The product owner plays a very crucial role in Scrum, acting as a voice of the customer. So this is the first Scrum role that we see in Scrum methodology, that is a product owner. This individual is basically responsible for defining and prioritizing the product backlog, ensuring that the team focuses on the most valuable tasks. The product owner works closely with stakeholders to gather requirements, set clear goals, and make informed decisions about the product direction. The key responsibilities of the product owner includes defining the product vision and roadmap, creating and managing the product backlog, prioritizing backlog items based on value, risk and urgency, ensuring that the team understands the backlog items and their importance, and also accepting or rejecting completed work based on predefined criteria. Next role we have is Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is a facilitator and coach who ensures that Scrum framework is followed effectively. This role involves removing obstacles that hinder the team's progress, promoting a culture of continuous improvement, and fostering collaboration. The Scrum Master acts as a servant leader, supporting the team in achieving their goals without dictating how they should work. The key responsibilities of the Scrum Master includes facilitating Scrum events like sprint planning, daily Scrum, sprint review, and sprint retrospective. Then comes removing impediments that block the team's progress. Moving ahead, we have also coaching the team on Scrum practices and principles. Then we have a thorough discussion on protecting the team from external distractions and interruptions. And finally, promoting a healthy team dynamic and addressing conflicts. Next one we have is the development team. So guys, the development team consists of professionals who work collaboratively to deliver a product increment. This self-organizing team is cross-functional, meaning it possesses all the skills necessary to complete the work without relying on external sources. The development team is accountable for creating high-quality increments that meet the definition of done. The key responsibilities of development team includes estimating, planning work during sprint planning, collaborating daily to achieve the sprint goal, delivering a potentially shippable product increment by the end of the sprint, then continuously improving their processes and practices, and finally, maintaining transparency through regular communications and updates. Now let us move on and understand about Scrum artifacts. The first one that we have all over here is product backlog. The product backlog is a dynamic list of all the works needed for the product. It includes features, enhancements, bug fixes, and technical tasks. The product owner is basically responsible for maintaining and prioritizing the backlog, ensuring that it reflects the current needs and goals of the project. The product backlog is continuously refined with items being added, removed, or reprioritized as necessary. The product backlog serves as a single source of truth for the team, providing a clear roadmap of what needs to be done. It is essential that backlog items are well defined with clear acceptance criteria to guide the development team in delivering the expected value. Then we have the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is a subset of the product backlog, containing items selected for the current sprint. During sprint planning, the team decides which backlog items they can commit to completing within the sprint. The sprint backlog also includes a plan for how the team will accomplish this work. Sprint backlog provides a focused and actionable plan for the team, outlining the tasks and goals for the sprint. It is a living document continuously updated as the team progresses and learns about the work. The sprint backlog helps the team stay organized and aligned with the sprint goal. Then we have is increment. Increment is the sum of all the work at the end of the sprint. It represents a potentially shippable product that meets the definition of done, a set of criteria ensuring that work is complete and of high quality. The increment includes not only the new features added during the sprint, but also any improvements or fixes made to the existing features. The increment provides tangible evidence of progress, allowing stakeholders to inspect and evaluate the product. It serves as the basis for feedback and decision making, enabling the team to adapt and refine their approach in subsequent sprints. Then we have is sprint. Now let us move on and discuss about some of the Scrum events. The first one that we have all over here is sprint. A sprint is a time box period typically lasting 24 weeks, during which the team works to create a product increment. The fixed duration of the sprint provides a regular rhythm for the team, promoting consistent delivery and continuous improvement. Each sprint begins with a sprint planning and ends with a sprint review and sprint retrospective. Next one we have is sprint planning. It is an event where the team defines what will be accomplished in the upcoming sprint. The product owner presents the high priority backlog items and the team collaborates to select those they can complete within the sprint. Together, they set a clear sprint goal and create a plan for achieving it. During sprint planning, the team breaks down the selected backlog items into smaller tasks and estimates the effort required. This detailed planning ensures that everyone understands the work and how it contributes to the sprint goal. A sprint planning sets the stage for a focused and productive sprint. Next one we have is the daily scrum. Daily scrum is a short time box meeting, usually lasting for 15 minutes, held every day during the sprint. The purpose of the daily scrum is to synchronize the team activities, discuss progress, and identify any obstacles. Each team member shares what they did the previous day, what they plan to do today, and any issues they are facing. The daily scrum promotes transparency and accountability, ensuring that everyone is aligned and aware of the team status. It also provides an opportunity to quickly address and resolve impediments, keeping the team on track to achieve the sprint goal. Next we have all over here is called sprint review. So guys, sprint review is held at the end of the sprint to inspect the completed work and gather feedback from stakeholders. The team demonstrates the product increment, highlighting what was accomplished during the sprint. Stakeholders provide input and the product owner updates the product backlog based on the feedback. The sprint review fosters collaboration and transparency, allowing stakeholders to see the product's progress and influence its direction. It also provides an opportunity to celebrate success and identify areas for improvement. And finally, we have the sprint retrospective. The sprint retrospective is the final event of the sprint, where the team reflects on their processes and practices. The goal is to identify what went well, what could be improved, and how to enhance their performance in future sprints. The team discusses these insights, creates action items to address any issues. The sprint retrospectives promotes a culture for continuous improvement, encouraging the team to learn from their experiences and make incremental changes. By regularly reflecting and adapting, the team can optimize their processes and achieve better outcomes. Now let us understand the Scrum process flow. The Scrum process revolves around the sprint cycle, beginning with the sprint planning and ending with the sprint retrospective. This cycle ensures a regular cadence of work and continuous delivery of value. If we talk about the first one, we have the sprint planning here. Here the team selects the item for the product backlog and defines the sprint goal. They break down the work into smaller tasks and create the plan for the sprint. Now guys, let us discuss about the Scrum process flow. The first one that we have all over here, that is called as sprint planning. Here, the team selects the items from the product backlog, defines the sprint goal. They break down the work into smaller tasks and create a plan for the sprint. Next one, we have the daily Scrum. Daily Scrum here, the team meets daily to discuss progress, plans, and challenges. This meeting keeps everyone aligned and allows for quick adjustments. Third is sprint review. At the end of the sprint, the team demonstrates the completed work to the stakeholders and gathers feedback. The product owner updates the product backlog based on their feedback. And fourth one we have all over here is sprint retrospective. Here the team reflects on their processes and practices, identifying areas for improvement. They create action items to enhance their performance in future sprints. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding Scrum process flow. Now let us move on to understanding the benefits of Scrum. So guys, Scrum offers several significant benefits that can transform how teams work and deliver value. Here are some of the key advantages. The first one that we have all over here is increased transparency. Scrum promotes transparency through its regular events and clear artifacts. The daily Scrum, sprint review, sprint retrospective ensures that everyone is aware of the team's progress, challenges, and successes. This transparency helps build trust among the team member and stakeholders, fostering a collaborative and open working environment. Next one we have all over here is improved team collaboration. The collaborative nature of the Scrum encourages team members to work closely together, leveraging their diverse skills and expertise. The Scrum Master facilitates this collaboration, helping the team communicate effectively and resolve conflicts. This teamwork leads to better problem solving, innovation, and overall productivity. Next one we have enhanced ability to adapt to changes. Scrum's iterative approach allows teams to quickly adapt to changes in requirements, market conditions, or customer feedback. By delivering small functional increments regularly, the team can gather feedback and make necessary adjustments. This flexibility ensures that product remains aligned with the stakeholders' needs and expectations. And finally, it provides faster delivery of valuable products increments. Scrum's time-boxed sprints drive the regular delivery of product increments, enabling faster time to market. This rapid delivery cycle allows stakeholders to see tangible progress and realize value sooner. It also reduces the risk of project delays and enhances the team ability to meet deadlines. Now let us discuss some of the common challenges of following Scrum methodology. We all know that Scrum offers many benefits, but it also comes with its own set of challenges. Here are some of the common issues teams may face. The first one that we have all over here is resistance to change. Introducing Scrum can be met with resistance, especially in organizations accustomed to traditional project management methods. To overcome this resistance, it's important to provide education and training on Scrum principles and practices. Involving team members and stakeholders in transition progress and highlighting the benefits of the Scrum can also help build support. Next, we have handling distributed teams. Distributed teams can face communication and collaboration challenges. To address these issues, it's crucial to leverage technology tools such as video conferencing, instant messaging, and collaborative software. Establishing clear communication protocols and regular virtual meetings can also help maintain alignment and cohesion among team members. Then we have managing large projects with Scrum. Scaling Scrum for large projects can be complex. One approach is to adopt frameworks like Scrums of Scrums, Nexus, or SAFe, which is Scaled Agile Framework. It provides guidelines for coordinating multiple Scrum teams. ensuring that teams are cross-functional and self-organizing with clear communication channels, which are very essential for managing large projects effectively. Now let us dive into most interesting part. That is, what are the tools and softwares which are used for Scrum? So guys, several tools and softwares can support Scrum practices, enhancing productivity and collaboration. Here are some of the most popular options. The first one I would recommend is Jira. Jira is a widely used project management tool that offers robust support for Scrum. It provides features for creating and managing product backlogs, sprint backlogs, and tracking progress through visual boards. Jira's customizable workflows and reporting capabilities make it a powerful tool for Scrum team. Next one we have all over here is Trello. Trello is a flexible, user-friendly tool that uses boards, lists, and cards to organize tasks. It's well suited for Scrum teams, allowing them to create and manage backlogs, plan sprints, and track progress. Trello's simplicity and visual nature make it easy to use, especially for smaller teams or projects. And finally, we have Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps is a comprehensive suite of development tools that supports Scrum and other agile methodologies. It includes features or backlog management, sprint planning, continuous integration, and deployment. Azure DevOps integrates seamlessly with other Microsoft tools, making it a good choice for teams using Microsoft ecosystem. So guys, in this tutorial, we have covered the fundamental aspects of Scrum, including its roles, artifacts, events, and processes.
We'll start this with understanding what is finance. A big question. In the simplest terms, finance is all about managing money. That's it. It includes everything to do with how we earn, spend, save, invest, and even borrow money. Whether you are handling your monthly salary, running a business, or managing the economy of the entire country, finance is the toolkit that helps you make the smart money decisions. So the question arises, where do we use finance? So finance is not just for bankers, investors, or the Wall Street types. It's literally everywhere around us. At home, when you decide how much to spend on groceries or how much to save for a vacation, that is also finance. At work, when your company decides how much to spend on marketing campaigns or whether to hire new employees, that's also finance. So even governments use finance to plan budgets for building roads, schools, defense, and the public welfare programs. So if money is involved, finance is involved too. So why does finance matter? Here's the real deal. Money is limited, but our needs are unlimited. That's exactly why finance matters. It helps us to spend wisely instead of randomly or impulsively, helping us to save for emergencies or big goals like buying a house or starting a business. Then is also there to invest so our money grows over time instead of just sitting idle. And then we will avoid the debt traps that can lead to serious financial stress. In short, finance is always equal to better control over your future. So let us understand with the help of a real life example, so managing salary versus running a company. So let me break it down with a simple example. So imagine you just landed your first job. Congratulations, you earn 50,000 a month. You pay rent, buy groceries, and pay your Netflix bill, and try to save a little at the end of the month. That's personal finance, managing your own money. Now imagine running a company that earns 5 crore a year. You have to pay salaries to the employees, invest in the new products, and keep some. Then you can even pay the taxes and keep some profit for the future growth. That's corporate finance, managing the money of a business. So these principles are the same. It's all about making money decisions, but the scale and the complexity are very different. So then we have, what is financial management? Now let's take a step further. While finance is about knowing that money exists and what it's for, financial management is about the organized, smart way of handling finance, especially in business. So it involves planning how money should be used, organizing financial activities, directing funds where they are needed the most, and controlling the expenses and investments. So think of it like finance is knowing you have money and financial management is knowing exactly what to do with it. So let us understand, why do businesses need the financial management? So because without it, businesses would be running blind. With proper financial management, a business can budget effectively so money is not wasted. It can invest in the right places, that is choosing projects that bring the best returns. Then we have keep costs under control, making sure expenses don't spiral out of control. Then we have increased the profits, that is by managing money smarter, not just harder. So then we have survive and grow, that is navigating the challenges and planning for the future. You can think of financial management as the GPS system of a company's money, helping the business know where it is, where it wants to go, and the best route to get there. So who handles the financial management? So in most companies, financial management is the job of a financial manager. Then it can be the job of a chief financial officer, that is a CFO, or a whole team of accountants, analysts, and planners, depending on how big the business is. They make sure your salaries are paid on time, cash flow stays healthy, so bills are paid without delay. Then budgets are followed strictly and money is used smartly to support the business goals. So, what are the goals of financial management? So, here's a quick rundown. So, maximize the profits but ethically and sustainably. And then we have ensured there's always enough cash to run daily operations smoothly. And then we can help the businesses grow safely without taking unnecessary risks. And then can use resources wisely, no waste or careless spending. Then we can increase the company's value over time for shareholders and stakeholders. We can keep the investors and the partners happy with transparent and smart financial decisions. Then we can minimize the financial risk to protect the company from unexpected problems. So basically, it's about being smart, stable, and strategic with money. So the real life examples of financial management. So let's have a look of the real world decisions that financial management supports. So if a company wants to launch a new product, financial managers help by setting up a budget for the launch, then estimating how much revenue the product could generate, and then finally deciding on the pricing strategy. And then it can even plan how much to spend on marketing. So these kinds of money decisions happen every day and are crucial for keeping a company strong. So let us understand, what does a financial manager actually do? So think of a financial manager as the money strategist of a business. Here's what they typically do. So they analyze the financial data to understand how the company is performing. They create budgets and financial reports to guide decision making. Then they help the company make investment decisions, where to put the money for the best returns. Then they forecast the future profits, risk, and cash flow to plan ahead. And then they can even monitor the expenses and income to keep the business on track, and then finally suggest ways to save money or grow profits. So they are not just number crunches, they are the decision makers. Think of them as the people who make sure the company never runs out of money, even while trying to grow fast. So finance and financial management may sound like big, complicated words, but at their core, they're about something very simple: making smart money decisions to build a secure, successful future, whether for yourself or a business. So next time you hear about finance, remember it's a secret sauce behind every smart spender, every successful business, and every thriving economy. And now you exactly know what it means and why it matters. So let's now move into the next chapter. So welcome to this next chapter. So you might have heard about the word accounting thrown around in business news, or maybe you have seen it in the job description as well. But what it is in really, and why should you care? So let's break it down in this chapter in a way that's super simple, even if you have never taken a finance class before. So let us understand what is accounting. So at its core, accounting is the language of business. So just like we use the words to communicate with each other, businesses use accounting to communicate their financial health. So accounting is all about recording all the money a business earns and spends. It is also about organizing that information in a clear way. Then it can analyze it to make decisions, and finally reporting it to the stakeholders like investors, government and owners, and can understand what's happening. So think of it as your business diary. So it tracks every penny that comes in and goes out. So let's now understand the double entry system, that is basically a debit and a credit. So now here comes the cool part, double entry counting. This is one of the most important ideas in accounting. So the basic rule is every transaction affects the two accounts. So imagine you are buying a phone for your business. So your cash decreases on one account, but your equipment increases in another account. So one account is debited and the other is credited. But wait, what's a debit and a credit? So let's have a basic knowledge on that. So in case of debit, think of it as adding value to the assets or expenses. And in terms of credit, think of it as reducing value from assets or adding to the income or the liabilities. So then, there we have a quick cheat sheet for the debit and the credit. So let's move on to and see that. So on the left hand side, you can see basically the type of account, and in between it is increased by, and on the right hand side it is decreased by. So in case of assets, your increase by is debit and your credit decreases. And in liabilities, the increase by is the credit and the decrease by is debit. So similarly for income, your increase by is credit and decrease by is debit. And in expenses, increase by is debit and decrease is credit. So in terms of equity, your increase by is credit and your decrease by is debit. For example, let's say your business sells a product of 1,000 in cash. So your debit is cash 1,000, you received cash. But then your credit is the sales of 1,000, you made income. So that's double entry in action. So let's now move on to understand the key financial statements. So now that you are recording things, what do you do with all those informations? You turn it into a financial statement. So these are the superhero tools of the accounting world. So the first one is income statement. This is basically a profit and a loss statement. So it basically shows how much profit or loss the business made over a period of time. And the formula for this is revenue minus your expenses is equal to profit or its loss. For example, if you earned 10,000 and spent 7,000, so your profit is 10,000 minus 7,000, that is 3,000. So the answer is the business making money? So ask to yourself. So let's now move on to the second term, that is balance sheet. So it basically shows what the business owes and the owner's equity as of a particular date. So the formula for this is assets equal to liabilities plus equity. For example, so if your business has 1 lakh in assets and 70,000 in liabilities, so then your equity is 30,000. What it answers is what's the financial position of your business right now. So you can actually get the answer from this. So let's now move on to the next one. We have the cash flow statement. So it basically tracks the actual flow of cash in and out of the business. So it is broken down into operating activities, that is for the cash from daily business. Then we have investing activities. This is basically the buying or the selling of the assets. Then we have financing activities, that is the loans, investor money, etc. It basically answers, do we have enough cash to keep running? So sometimes businesses look profitable on paper, that is the income statement, but still struggle because cash is not flowing well. That's why this statement is crucial. So let's now move on to the basic accounting principles. So now that we know the tools, let's go over the rules, the basic principles that guide how everything works. So the first principle we would be talking today is accrual principle. So this basically record the income and the expenses when they happen, not when the cash is received or paid. So before only it is paid or received, you can actually record the income. For example, you sell a product today but receive payment next week. You can still record the income today by using the accrual principle. So then we'll move on to the next one, that is consistency principle. So it is basically sticking to one accounting method year after year. So this helps with comparing the performance over time. So then we'll move on to the next one we have, going concern principle. So through this, we can basically assume the business will keep running for the foreseeable future. You don't record assets like you are going to shut down tomorrow. So then we'll move on to the next one we have is matching principle. So it basically matches the expenses to the revenue they helped generate. For example, if you earn 50,000 in December and spend 10,000 on ads that helped make that sale, record both in December. The next one is conservatism principle. So it basically about being cautious and don't overstate income or assets. So if you are unsure, basically go with that option that shows less profit. So then moving on to the next one, we have the cost principle. So record assets at their original cost, not what they are worth now. For example, you bought land for 5 lakh. So even if it's worth 10 lakh today, you still show 5 lakhs in the books. So this is all about the basic accounting principles. So after you have a basic understanding of accounting, let's move on to the next chapter, getting deep dive into the valuation techniques, that is the discounting and the compounding. So let's move on. So here again, now that you have got a basic understanding of accounting and financial statement, it's time to explore something even more interesting. So how we value money across time. Sounds fancy, right? But don't worry, we are going to break it down in the most simple and relatable way possible. So let us now understand why this even matter. So imagine someone offering you 1,000 today or 1,000 next year. So which would you choose? So your answer would be take the money today. Why? Because of something called the time value of money. So that is a key concept in finance. The time value of money, that is the TVM, it means money today is worth more than the same amount in the future. And to calculate how much future money is worth today or how much today's money will grow in the future, we use two important techniques. There is a discounting, there is a future present, and compounding, that is the present future. So let's break both down with definitions, formulas, and the real world examples. So let's understand with what is discounting cash flow. So under discounting cash flow, let us first understand what is discounting. So discounting is the process of finding out how much a future amount of money is worth today. So think of it like if someone promises to give you 10,000 5 years from now. How much is that really worth today? So that depends on something called the discount rate. So usually based on inflation, interest rates, or the return you expect from investing, that is basically an investment return. So let us now understand this with the help of a formula. So the formula over here is PV is equal to FV divided by 1 plus R to the power of N. So calm down guys, I will be actually explaining it to you so that it gets simple. So here PV is the present value and FV is the future value, that is how much you will get later, and R is the discount rate. For example, as a decimal we counted like 0.0848%. And then we have N is equal to number of periods, that is like years. Then we'll understand this with the help of a real life example. So understanding the present value. For example, you expect to receive 20,000 3 years from now. So the discount rate, that is the interest rate, is 10% per year. So here we will have a step-by-step calculation. So we will use this formula, that is present value, that is PV is equal to FV divided by 1 plus R to the power of N. So where FV is obviously 20,000, R is 10%, that is 0.1, and N is 3 years. So basically PV is equal to 20,000 divided by 1 plus 0.10 because it is 10% and to the power of 3, that is for the 3 years. And it will approximately come around 15,030 rupees. So 20,000 to be received 3 years from now is worth about 15,030 today. So if the discount rate is only 10% per year. So I hope you understood the discounting cash flow. So let's now move on to see the compounding cash flow. So let us now understand what is compounding. So compounding is the reverse of discounting. So here we calculate how much today's money will grow in the future if it earns interest. Think of it like planting a seed and watching it grow over time. So let's now understand with the formula. The formula is FV is equal to PV into 1 plus R to the power of N. So here PV is the present value, that is today's amount, and R is the interest rate or the growth rate. FV is obviously the future value, that how much you will get later, and then N is the number of periods like the years. So let's now understand this with the help of an example. So let's say you invest 10,000 at 8% annual interest for 5 years. So we will use the formula of the future value formula, that is FV is equal to PV into 1 plus R to the power of N. So where PV is basically the present value, FV is a future value, how much you will get later, then R is a discount rate as a decimal like the 0.0848%, and N is number of periods, it is the like years. So now if you plug in the values, PV is 10,000 into 1 plus R. R is 8%, that is 0.08 to the power of N, and N is for 5 years to the power of 5. So if you now calculate, it will come approximately around 14,690. So this is the best time you can actually pause the video and calculate by your own to actually match with my result. And then that's compounding in action. Your money makes money, and then that money makes more money even. So that's all about discounting and compounding. So let us now understand the applications of discounting and compounding. So you might be wondering, cool maths, but where do I actually use this in real life or business? I would say that is a great question. These concepts are everywhere in finance and investing. So in discounting, we are initially valuing our business or a startup. That is, investors use discounted cash flow, that is a DCF, to estimate a company's current worth based on future profits. Then Basically, we take on the loan decisions. That is, a bank's discount future loan repayments to decide how much they can lend today. Then we have even bond pricing for under discounting. The value of a bond is the discounted sum of all the future interest payments plus the repayment. Then coming under compounding, where compounding is used, it is basically used in savings and investment planning. So if you want to retire with rupees 1 crore, you will calculate how much to invest today using compounding. Then we have compound interest. So this is what makes your savings account grow faster than simple interest. And then we have mutual funds and stock market. So it basically returns from reinvestment earnings help your investments grow year over year. So here basically we have some final thoughts to sum it up. So discounting is basically the future present, that is what's the future money worth now. And then compounding is all about present future, that is how much will money grow. So these two concepts are the backbone of finance. So once you get the hang of them, you can basically evaluate the investment options, plan your own finances smarter. Basically, it can be of your own or your own business. You can understand how business are valued. So these are the greatest skill you have acquired today. And let's now move on to the next chapter. So hey there, now that you understand the basics of accounting and have explored valuation techniques like discounting and compounding, let's put it all together. So you might be thinking, okay, accounting tracks the money and finance plans how to use the money. But how do they actually work together? Good question. In this chapter, we are going to bridge the gap between the two. So let's start with how finance and accounting interact. So think of accounting and finance as the two best friends in the business world. So accounting is the recorder, that it tracks every transaction, organizes data, and prepares the reports. And finance is the strategist. It uses that information to make decisions about budgeting, investing, forecasting, and more. So in short, accounting tells the story and finance decides the next move. So let's now understand accounting in financial decision making. That is basically, there is a use of accounting information in financial decision making. So let's imagine you are the owner of the small business. Your accountant gives you 3 key financial statements. First, the income statement. Second, the balance sheet. And third, the cash flow statement. Cool. But now what? So this is where the finance steps in. It looks at these numbers and helps answer the questions like, can we afford to hire new staff? Then another, should we open another branch? So then the question would be, is this a good time to take a loan? And finally, why did profits fall last quarter? So these decisions are made using accounting data as the foundation. So let's now move on to see the financial analysis using accounting data. So one of the most powerful tools in this relationship is something called as ratio analysis. So what's ratio analysis? So it's a process of taking numbers from the financial statements and turning them into easy to read indicators that tell us about the health of the business. So here are some of the most commonly used ratios explained simply. So let's now move on to see the ratios with example. The first one is profitability ratios. So how well are we making profits? That is the net profit margin. So the net profit margin is equal to net profit divided by revenue whole into 100. So let me explain. The net profit is the amount of money a company retains after deducting all, that is the expenses, taxes and costs. And then we have revenue, that is a total income generated from the sales or business activities. So this formula basically gives you the percentage of revenue that turns into the actual profit. So this is a great time to pause and solve the question, tell us what percentage of your sales is actual profit. So basically the answer would be, if it's 20%, you keep rupees 20 from every 100 rupees sold. So let's now move on to the next ratio, that is liquidity ratio. So can we pay our short-term bills? The current ratio formula. The current ratio is equal to current assets divided by current liabilities. So let me explain. Current assets are the assets that can be converted into cash within 1 year. For example, cash, accounts receivable, or inventory. Then we have current liabilities. So obligations due within 1 year. For example, accounts payable, short-term loans. The current ratio measures a company's ability to pay the short-term liabilities with its short-term assets. So shows if the business has enough cash or assets to cover bills. For example, if it's 2, you have rupees 2 for every rupees 1 of debt. That's healthy. So now let's move on to the next. We have solvency ratios. So the question arises, can we survive the long term with our debts? So it's basically a debt to equity ratio. The debt to equity ratio is equal to total liabilities divided by the shareholders' equity. So in terms of explanation, total liabilities is basically all of the company's debts and obligations. So considering both the short term and the long term. Then we have shareholders' equity. So the owner's claim after all the liabilities are subtracted from the total assets. So this ratio shows how much the company is financed by debt versus the equity. So it's a measure of the financial leverage and risk. So high number might mean too much risk. So if your ratio is 3, you owe rupees 3 for every rupees 1 owned by the shareholders. So let's now move on to the next ratio. We have efficiency ratios. So how well are we using our resources? Basically, it is the inventory turnover ratio. The inventory turnover is equal to the cost of the goods sold. That is the COGS divided by the average inventory. So cost of the goods sold is the direct cost of producing the goods sold by a company. And the average inventory is the average value of inventory during a period. So average inventory is equal to beginning inventory plus ending inventory divided by 2. So this ratio measures how efficiently inventory is managed and how many times inventory is sold and replaced in a period. It basically tells how quickly inventory is being sold and replaced. Higher is equal to faster sales cycle. So let's now understand the real world examples of finance using accounting. So let's say your income statement shows that profits have fallen this quarter. So your finance team will look at the expenses, like did the cost increase? Then they will check the liquidity, that is, are we low on cash? Then they will use the ratios, that is the revenue dropping or profit margin shrinking? Or they will forecast, like will this trend continue? Then they will decide, should we cut the cost? Then they will even think about, can we increase the pricing? And finally, they even can think about, do we need more funding? So you see, accounting provides the data. Finance turns it into strategy. So there are certain takeaways from this lesson. So let's wrap it all up with some simple takeaways. Accounting is the system for recording and reporting financial activity. Then we can even think about finance uses the data to make the decisions, plan and grow the business. Then both work together. So one provides the facts and the other builds the future. Then financial analysis, especially the ratio analysis, turns the complex data into actionable insights. And then finally, no decision in business is made blindly. Accounting is always the starting point. So let's now move on to the next chapter and explore more about finance and accounting. Hey again. In this last chapter, we saw how accounting provides the data and finance uses it to make the smart decisions. So now let's talk about one financial statement that often gets overlooked, but is crucial to understanding how healthy a business really is. That is the cash flow system. Why? You can even think of why. So because profits can lie, but cash doesn't. You could be profitable on paper but still run out of money. And that's where the cash flow statement becomes your truth teller. So what is basically a cash flow statement? So the cash flow statement shows how cash, not profits, moves in and out of a business over a period of time. It answers where did the money come from and where did it go. And to keep things organized, it divides the cash movements into 3 categories. And the categories we will be seeing in the later half. So the first category is operating activities. So what does it mean? So cash flows from the day-to-day operations of the business. So basically this is one of the core activity of the company. Buying, selling, paying salaries and handling the inventory. So the cash inflows from operating, we have the sales revenue. Then we have receipts from the customers. And then finally we have income from the services. Then the cash outflow from operating is payments to the suppliers. Then we have employee salaries, and then we have the rent, utilities and admin expenses. So let's understand this with the help of a real life example. So a clothing store sells 5 lakh worth of items, and that is the inflow of the cash. And then it spends 3 lakh on the materials and the rent, and this is the outflow. So the net operating cash flow is 2 lakh. So this section basically tells you if your business can sustain itself. So if you're regularly negative here, you might be relying too much on the loans or the investments to stay afloat. So let's now move on to the second activity, that is investing activities. So what does it mean? So cash flows from buying or selling the long-term assets. So this is about the future, the spending or earning money from the assets that will benefit the business in the long run. So make the 2 columns, cash inflows from the investing, and then we have cash outflows from investing. So the first one is under cash inflows is selling equipment or property. And then we have selling the investments like the stocks or bonds. So under cash outflow, we have buying new equipment or machinery. And then we have purchasing the land or office buildings. And then finally, we have investing in other business. So let's now conclude this with the help of a real life example. So let's say your company sells an old delivery truck for 1 lakh. And this is inflow of the cash. And then buys a new machine for 3 lakh, that is the outflow. And the net investing cash flow is minus 2 lakh. So this section shows how you are investing in growth. It's totally normal to have negative investing cash flows, especially if you are expanding. So let's now move on to the third activity, that is the financing activities. So the cash flows related to funding the business through debt or equity. So this part basically tracks how you raise the capital. So in cash or how you paid back or share profits, there is the cash out. And then we have cash inflows from financing. So under cash inflows, we have borrowing money from the banks or investors. Then you have issuing shares, that is the selling ownership. And then under cash outflows from financing, we have repaying the loans. Then we have buying back company shares. And then we have paying dividends to the shareholder. So let's now understand this with a real life example. So basically, imagine you raise 10 lakhs by issuing the new shares, that is the inflow, but also repay a 4 lakh loan, that is the outflow, and then the net financing cash flow is 6 lakh. So this section basically tells you how the company is funding itself through debt or equity and how much money it's giving back. So let's now understand how it all connects, the real life application. So let's put all together with a quick scenario. So imagine a tech startup basically generates 20 lakh from the customers, that is the operating inflow. It also spends 15 lakh on the salaries and the rent, that is the operating outflow. It buys new servers for 5 lakh, that is investing outflow, and it raises the 10 lakh from investors, that is financing inflow. Then how this looks like? The cash flow, that is the operating, would be plus 5 lakh, which is the cash flow. Then investing would be in negative, that is the minus 5 lakh. And financing would be so much great, would be plus 10 lakh. So the business is making money from operations. It is investing in growth. It is raising capital for future expansion. So this gives a full picture of what's happening behind the scenes. It's not only just about profits, but actually the cash power. So in the next chapter, we'll see about accounting for investments in the debt and equity securities. So let's now move on. So welcome back guys to the last chapter. So far we have talked about how a business earns, spends and plans its money. But what happens when a business wants to grow that money by investing it? Just like individuals do. So businesses don't just sit on cash, they often invest it to earn more returns. And those investments are usually in debt securities, like the bonds, or equity securities like the stocks. So let's break it down step by step. So we have a concept of investing in the debt securities. So what are debt securities? So debt securities are investments in the bonds, debentures or other fixed income instruments issued by the governments, corporations or financial institutions. So when a company buys a debt security, it's basically lending money to the issuer in exchange for the interest income and repayment at the maturity. So think of it like a business acting as the leader instead of the borrower. So let's understand how are they accounted for. So accounting for debt securities depends on why the company bought them. So the first one we have is held to maturity, that is HTM. So the company plans to hold the bond until it matures. Then it is recorded at the amortized cost, that is not updated for the daily price changes. Then for example, 1 lakh bond bought held for 5 years. So let's now move on to the second one. We have trading securities. So it is bought to sell quickly for a profit. Then we have recorded at a fair market value and changes are shown in the income statement. The third one is available for sale, that is the AFS. It is not held for maturity but not actively traded either. It is also recorded at a fair value, but changes go into a special reserve in equity. So let's now understand this is the real world example of debt security. So let's say your company invests 5 lakh in the government bonds. So you receive 25,000 in interest annually and you plan to hold them until maturity. So in accounting, you would record 5 lakh as an asset that is held to the maturity investment and 25,000 as interest income each year. Simple, right? So investing in equity securities. So let us understand what are equity securities. So let us understand investing in equity securities. So what are equity securities? So equity securities represent ownership in another company. So these are the shares or the stocks you buy in other business. So if debt investing is about lending money, equity investing is like becoming a partial owner. So these investments can bring the dividends, that is, if the company shares profits, then it capital gains if the stock price rises. So how are they accounted? So again, it depends on how much control or influence the investing company has. The first one is less than 20% ownership. It is basically treated as a passive investments. It is recorded at a very fair value and dividends received are shown as income. Then we have between 20 to 50% ownership. It indicates a significant value. It uses the equity method, that is, you record a portion of the investee's profits as your own. Then you have over 50% ownership. It is treated as a control. The companies are consolidated, there is a financials are combined. So let us understand with the help of a real world example, that is the equity security. So let's say your business buys 5% of the company B's shares for 2 lakh. So you receive 10,000 in dividends this year. The market value rises to 2,20,000. So in accounting, you would record it as 10,000 as dividend income and record investment as 2,20,000. That is a fair value. So if you plan to sell soon, it is a trading security. If you are holding it long term, it may be available for sale. So let us now understand the real life application. So let's say your company is sitting on 10 crore in the surplus cash. So instead of leaving it idle, you buy bonds for safe, predictable returns, that is a debt security. You invest in the tech startups shares hoping their value grows like the equity security. Then your finance team tracks these investments in your books using the classification rules above. And then you make the informed decisions about what to sell, hold, or reinvest. So this is how businesses multiply wealth, reduce the risk, and plan for the future. So we have a conclusion for this. So in this lesson, what you have learned, let's recap everything simply. So debt securities is equal to lending money for interest like the buying bonds. Equity securities are owing shares in other businesses. Then how you account for them depends on the intent, that is a short-term trade or the long-term hold, and level of control. Investments are an important part of financial strategy, and correcting accounting helps make better decisions. So then we have real companies use a mix of debt and equity investing to grow their money and maximize returns. So congratulations guys on completing your journey into the Introduction to Finance and Accounting course by Simplilearn. You have taken a big step towards mastering the fundamentals of how money moves both in personal life and business world. From understanding what finance and accounting truly mean to learn how they impact daily decisions and long-term strategies, you have built a solid foundation. You have explored essential topics like financial system, financial management, accounting principles, real-life applications, and vital role of financial professionals in any organization. You have also seen how emerging technologies are reshaping the way we track, analyze, and report the financial information. Now it's your turn to apply what you have learned, analyze the real-world cases, manage budgets, real financial statements, and make informed decisions with confidence. Thank you for being a part of this learning experience. Stay curious, keep practicing, and let your finance and accounting skills lead you to the new opportunities and success. Here's to a future filled with the smart financial choices and exciting possibilities.
Introduction to Agile Manifesto. The Agile Manifesto is a seminal document in the field of software development, created in 2001 by 17 software developers who sought to outline a more flexible and efficient approach to project management and development. It emphasizes individuals and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, and responding to change over traditional processes, documentation, contract negotiation, and plan following. This manifesto has since become the foundation for Agile methodologies. promoting a flexible, team oriented approach that values adaptability and customer satisfaction above rigid adherence to plans. With the manifesto in mind, let's start exploring the four core values of Agile. The four core values of Agile focus on people and results rather than rigid processes, individuals and interactions over processes and tools, prioritizing teamwork and communication above strict adherence to tools and processes. Imagine a team deciding together how to solve a problem instead of just following a manual. It's like choosing a group discussion over filling out forms. Working software over comprehensive documentation, valuing functional software that meets user needs over detailed paperwork. Think of it as cooking a meal that tastes good and serves its purpose, rather than writing a detailed recipe book before the meal is even made. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation, emphasizing ongoing engagement with customers rather than sticking strictly to initial agreements. It's like working with a home builder who listens and adapts to your changing needs during construction instead of sticking strictly to the original plan. Responding to change over following a plan, being open to change and adapting plans as needed instead of rigidly following a set path. Picture a road trip where you're open to taking a more scenic route based on new information rather than sticking to the fastest route Google Maps suggested initially. These values guide the Agile methodology towards flexibility, efficiency, and customer satisfaction. The 12 Principles of Agile Software Development. The 12 Principles of Agile Software Development, as outlined in the Agile Manifesto, advocate for customer satisfaction through early and continuous software delivery, prioritizes getting a functional product to the customer as soon as possible, then updating it regularly. Example, a team releases a basic version of an app to meet initial user needs, then adds new features based on feedback. Welcoming changing requirements even late in development. It is time consuming to handle large and complicated work while managing project activities. Therefore, a better strategy is to break the task into manageable, sizable chunks. In addition, it would be simpler for the team members to see possible bottlenecks and deal with delays if the clients were always kept informed. For example, if users need a new feature because their needs have changed, the development team works to incorporate it, even if it wasn't in the original plan. Frequent delivery of working software. According to the Agile methodology, working software is frequently delivered in a shorter amount of time. Team members must consistently raise their performance standards as a result of this iterative process. For example, delivering updates every 2 weeks to continuously improve and adjust the software based on user input. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. In order to ensure that the business and development sides of the project can communicate effectively and, more importantly, collaborate, a bridge between them must be built. To facilitate an intellectual exchange that both parties can agree on, make use of the same tools you would have used in managing remote teams. For example, regular meetings between the client and the team to discuss the project's direction and adapt as necessary. Build projects around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. The project manager must establish a supportive and stimulating environment where team members are free to express their ideas and make recommendations for enhancing the output of the group. This results in a massive improvement in their general performance, eventually aiding the project. For example, allowing a developer to choose their tools or method of working to solve a problem can lead to more innovative and effective solutions. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. Efficient communication among the parties concerned is stressed strongly in the Agile Manifesto. Thanks to improvements in communication technologies, it's now simpler. Instead of having a quick conference in the office, all participants can now meet via video conferencing. For example, solving misunderstandings or clarifying requirements through direct discussion rather than through emails or reports. Working software is the primary measure of progress. Delivering a functional product that pleases the consumer is the single determinant that can guarantee success. Before Agile, numerous success metrics decreased the quality of the finished product. For example, a team focuses on delivering a basic but operational piece of software first, rather than ensuring every document is perfect. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Burnout will occur if you work on a project for a long time. It's inevitable, Avoid placing too much of a workload on your employees. The value of your project will be affected. So, assemble the best team for the job that will work hard but refrain from overworking themselves and endangering the project's quality. For example, instead of pushing for long hours to meet an unrealistic deadline, the team sets a realistic timeline that allows for steady progress without overtime. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Any agile team's main goal should be to provide value to the client. Therefore, a multi-skilled team that can manage all the project's technical components and offers the chance for continual improvement is crucial. For example, regularly refactoring code to improve its structure without changing its external behavior. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. You should avoid adding extraneous complexity to a project if you want to complete it swiftly. You can accomplish this in various ways, including by using agile tools, which eliminate busy work and offer you more significant influence over all project related decisions. For example, developers decide not to add a feature that only a few users would use, keeping the system more straightforward and easier to maintain. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self organizing teams. Simply said, a self organized workforce with decision making autonomy would function better since each team member would be responsible for meeting client expectations rather than a lone project manager. For example, a team decides who will work on what tasks based on each member's strengths and current workload rather than having a manager assign tasks. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Agile techniques are constructed on the notion of iteration, where teams consistently enhance their game by learning from their previous wrongdoings. Project managers should inspire team meetings where everyone evaluates their work and discusses how to develop their management and technical skills. For example, at the end of each development cycle, the team needs to discuss what they can change to work more efficiently in the next cycle. With core values and principles in mind, let's have a look at implications of Agile values and principles. The implications of Agile values and principles revolve around fostering a culture of flexibility, collaboration, and continuous improvement. They lead to enhanced adaptability to change, allowing teams and businesses to respond swiftly to market shifts and customer needs. Increased customer satisfaction by prioritizing customer feedback and delivering value early and often. Improved product quality through iterative development and a focus on technical excellence. More efficient and motivated teams due to empowerment and a focus on individuals and interactions. These points underline how adopting Agile can transform organizational workflows and outcomes. Now, let's see some real-world applications of Agile. Innovation in tech. Companies like Spotify utilize Agile to foster innovation, rapidly testing and deploying new features. Adapting to market changes. Netflix applies Agile principles to quickly adapt to user preferences and technological advancements, maintaining its market leader position. Banking sector agility. Banks have adopted Agile to improve their digital services, making customer transactions smoother and more secure. Healthcare efficiency. Agile methodologies help healthcare providers streamline operations and improve patient care through faster, more responsive services. Manufacturing flexibility. Even in manufacturing, Agile enables companies to respond swiftly to market demands and supply chain challenges.
Hey there, fellow entrepreneurs. So picture this. You have got this killer product idea, right? And naturally, you want it to be like totally flawless before you launch it out into the world. But here's the thing. No matter how much you sweat over it, there's always going to be some hiccup or snag along the way. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, But fear not, my friend, because there's a game changer known as MVP. But what exactly is MVP and why does it matter? Well, let's start with numbers. Did you know that 42% of startups fail because there's no market need for their product? Shocking, right? That's where MVP swoops in as a game changer. By focusing on the core features and functionalities, MVP allows companies to bring a product to the market quickly and test its viability with real users. And get this, Companies that prioritize MVP development are 3 times more likely to experience success with their product launches. In fact, 78% of businesses say that MVP helped them learn what customer really wanted, leading to more successful iterations down the road. So whether you're brainstorming your next big idea or fine-tuning an existing project, stick around as we unravel the mysteries of MVP. Also, if you are interested in advancing your career, consider SP Jain's Professional Product Management course, led by industry experts. This comprehensive program equips you with essential skills and insights to excel as a product manager. Dive deep into the latest industry trends and advancements through live sessions, from strategic planning to product development and marketing. Gain a thorough understanding of the field. Receive practical guidance and certification to stand out in the competitive market. Take the next step towards success and enroll now to unlock endless opportunities in the dynamic world of product management. So without further ado, let's start. So what is MVP? A minimal viable product or MVP is a strategy used in product development where a new product is launched with basic features enough to attract consumers' attention. It's the simplest version of the product a company aims to bring to the market, whether it's a car, website, TV or laptop. By offering the basic version, companies can gather feedback from the potential user to improve the final product before its full release. An MVP typically includes 3 key elements. Firstly, it offers enough features for consumers to consider purchasing it, making it easier for the company to market. Secondly, it includes a feedback mechanism allowing users to provide input on the product. Lastly, it provides future benefits to early adopters, encouraging them to try out the product ahead of others. Some of the fine examples of MVP is Amazon. Believe it or not, Amazon began by selling used college textbooks. Their first version of the product was a basic website for delivering books to students. As time passed, they grew their business to become the huge online store we see today. Similarly, another fine example is Airbnb. Airbnb's journey began with a bold idea: renting out air mattresses. Yes, you heard it right. They kicked off with a simple website connecting travelers with hosts offering makeshift accommodations. This quirky start was their MVP, that is minimal viable product. Slowly but surely, they listened to user feedback, fine-tuned their problem, and expanded their horizons. It's a tale of humble beginnings turned into a global phenomenon. Who knew an air mattress could spark a revolution in travel? And there are many more examples like that. But implementing the minimal viable product approach requires more than just having an idea, doing the basics and launching it. It involves strategic planning to ensure its effectiveness and value. Now let's understand the benefits that companies get from MVPs. Creating a minimal viable product can assist you in avoiding many potential mistakes that you might overlook when deeply passionate about your product. Understand the preferences of your target audience. When a company builds a minimal viable product, they make a basic version of their product to see what people like. By doing this, they can learn what features or things their consumers prefer. It's like trying out different flavors of ice cream to see which one people like the most. Helps create a better product. Yes, making an MVP lets companies test their ideas quickly and see what works and what does not. This helps them make improvements and build a better final product. It's similar to making a rough sketch of a drawing before making the final detailed version. Next is it helps to analyze the demand. With an MVP, companies can see how many people are interested in their product. If lots of people like it, they know there's a big demand. If not many people are interested, they might need to change their plans. It's a bit like testing the waters to see if people want what you're offering. Next is ensures quick release. Instead of spending a long time making a perfect product, an MVP lets companies release something quickly. This means they can start getting feedback and making improvements sooner. It's like serving a simple version of a dish at a restaurant first, and then making it fancier based on the customer's say. So this was about the benefits. Now let's talk about how to develop a minimal viable product. So first is understand your goals. Before starting to develop your minimal viable product, it's important to know what you want to achieve. Think about what problem your product will solve or what benefit it will provide to the people. Understanding your goals helps you stay focused and build a product that meets your objectives. The next is study your market. Take some time to reach and understand the market where your product will compete. Look at similar products already available and see what makes them successful or what could be improved. By studying the market, you can identify opportunities and challenges, helping you tailor your MVP to better meet the needs of your target audience. Next is consider the product features. Think about essential features your product needs to have in order to address the problem or provide the benefit you identified. Keep the features simple and focused on solving the core problem or delivering the main benefit. Avoid adding too many features at this stage, as the goal of an MVP is to create something basic that you can test and iterate upon based on the user feedback. The next is gather feedback early and often. Once you have developed your MVP, don't wait too long before sharing it with the potential customers. Gather feedback as early as possible by letting people try out your product and asking for their thoughts. This feedback will help you understand the aspects of your MVP and are working well what areas need improvement, allowing you to make adjustments and iterate quickly. The next is iterate based on feedback. Use the feedback you receive to make improvements to your MVP. This might involve adding new features, refining existing ones, or even pivoting in a different direction based on what you learn from the users. The key is to be flexible and open to making changes based on the feedback you receive, as this will help you create a better final product that meets the needs of your target audience. By following these steps, you can develop a minimal viable product that efficiently addresses a specific problem or need in the market, while also allowing you to gather valuable feedback and iterate towards a more refined and more successful product over time.
In today's video, we will dive into something incredibly useful: Gantt charts for project management. We will start by understanding what Gantt charts are with a relatable example, explore their benefits, and then create a Gantt chart from scratch to manage our projects effectively. Sound exciting, right? Let's not waste any time and get started. Imagine having a crystal clear roadmap for your project where every task, deadline, and dependency is perfectly laid out. Sounds relaxing, right? This is exactly what a Gantt chart offers. A Gantt chart is a project management tool that visually represents a project schedule using horizontal bars to show tasks, their duration, dependencies, and progress over on a timeline. It helps team track milestone, deadlines, and overall progress while managing resources and ensuring tasks are completed in the correct sequence. For example, you are leading a project to launch a mobile app for an e-commerce brand before the holiday season. You need to manage tasks like designing the app, developing features, testing, and deploying it, all on a tight timeline. A Gantt chart helps by showing each task their deadlines and how they connect, like finishing design before development begins. It keeps your team on track, avoid delays, and ensure the app is ready for the busiest shopping season. So as now we have a basic understanding of Gantt charts, let's see how to make it from scratch in Excel.
So welcome to this demo part of this video. So this is text I have added. So this is a random text. It's not any data and all. So I have just put it random tasks, okay, planning stage, execution stage, just the name of project leaders and the start date, end date, and what are the days. So if you will check here, so this is nothing but D9 minus 69 means end date minus start date. Okay, for task 1, how many days is needed, you can say, or in progress. Okay, this is the planning stage and progress is 90%. This is also random. Okay, nothing else. Okay, so while just putting date and all the things, just see this. It should be date. Okay, long date, it means January it will write, or 01 it will write. Okay, and for the progress one, it should be percentage. Okay, otherwise it will show you the error. So days are random. Yeah, now it's visible, I guess. Okay, so here you can see, so this is all the part of text formatting. Okay, the colors and the styles, and these are the execution stage and the review stage. So project name, I just put it here, project management XYZ company. Okay, and the project started, I have put it 1st January because here I have wrote 1st January 2025, and the current date is, you can just type equals to today, these brackets, and the current date will come. So today is 10th of January, and the week in progress, week 2. So how I've write it, week 2. First I have round up B3 minus B2 means current date minus project start date. Then I had converted into the week format. Okay, it will give me days when I will just subtract it. Okay, from B3 minus B2 divided by 7 means it will give me the week. So how I have added this WK means week.
So just select the cell and press Ctrl 1. Then you will see this. So I've write it here WK and this hashtag. Okay. Then hashtag will take this 2. So here if I will write, let's say PP, so it will show me PP2. See here PP2 it will convert. Okay. So I want week here, so I will write WK. Or you can write like your choice. Okay. If you are taking days or whatever. So I have to week in progress. So that's why I have chose WK. So moving forward, let's set the timeline like first week, second week. So here I will write 1. Okay. Then here I will write equals to this plus 1. It will show me 2. Then again same process. I will select this, Control 1. It will show me like this, and I will go to custom, and I will go to here. This thing, it will show me week 1, week 2. Then I will go till week 59. Here what you can do, equals to you can put, and you can select this. Okay, just enter it. So 1st Jan will come. Okay, so here you will do equals to this, you will select H6, then plus 7. It's the same method, but what will happen, I will show you. But what will happen, okay, so if you will change this to, let's suppose 21, okay, so automatically every date will change. So now let's do the chart filling process. Let's go ahead and work here. Essentially highlight the areas that are in between these 2 dates. Okay, these 2 dates. Okay, so this should be dynamic, and that's where something like conditional formatting can come handy. So we will first select the whole area like this. Okay, till June we can select, and rows, yeah, correct. And just go to conditional formatting, and here you can select the new rule. Here use a formula to determine which cells to format, and here you will write the formula. Yeah, so just select this area, and here I will write equals to, and okay, then bracket, then I will select this, okay, starting, then it should be greater equals to this start date, got it, comma, then again I will start this, select this, and I will write it's less than equals to the end date. Okay, so now I will remove this dollar. Why? Because I want to go through all these end dates, because I am setting for all the task, not just for the first task. So same here, I will remove this because H1 is this, so I want to go all to the right ways. Okay, then again here for the start date, same thing. Okay, then for the start, same thing. Cool. Then I will bracket here, then I will go to format. You can select the color of your choice. Okay, then you will press OK, then yes. Okay, so here what you will see, from 1st to 28th of Feb. So first from 1st January it's going till 28th. Okay, here somewhere here. So it's like this. Okay, why it is blank? Because this is the execution stage, so there is no value here. Cool. So yeah, so what I will do, I will go again here. I will just select, I will edit the rule, manage rules. Yeah, so now color is changed. So here you can see the progress. So what I want, if here is 90% progress, so it will show you so the dark green color. Okay, first we have to set the progress bar. It should, so okay, I will select this. I will go to conditional formatting, data bars. Let's select this color. So now what I want, according to this progress, so let's suppose it is just 30%, not 300. It is just 30%. Okay, so what I want, the 30% should be in dark green, rest should be in light green. Okay, so for this it's a little bit complex formula, so just look it carefully. So here I will write, and first I will select H6. Okay, then I want it to go like this, so I will add here, okay, dollar. Okay, so it should be greater than and equals to the starting date. Okay, again I will add dollar here. Okay, comma, then again I will select this H6, then here I will write again dollar sign equals to, same formula like that. I will select the starting date. Okay, then here I will add dollar, then I will add here plus, I will start with one bracket, then I will write okay, then I will write multiplication, then I will select this, then here I will add dollar, and here I will add dollar, enter. So it's true, means this part is, our progress is fine. So I will drag it to the last. So now you will see true and false. Okay, see true, 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 because 30% only done. False, false, false. What if I will change it to 70%? It will change automatically. True, 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 false, 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 false. So first what I will do, I will give the color here, whatever the color is, to differentiate, because I can't see properly. Yeah, it's fine. So here I will select this, and I will, because I don't need this true and false, I need the color value. Okay, so for that, same, we'll go to conditional formatting, then same new rule, then okay, before that, okay, first I will show you something. Okay, what if I will select here 0? Okay, so everything is showing false, but here it is showing true, but I don't want, I want it show false here. Okay, so here go to formula bar, just type -1. Okay, my bad, just type -1. Okay, press enter, it will show you false. Now in 0%, because 0 is 0, it's not started yet, right? In 40%, now it will show you like this. Okay, now select this all, because I don't want any true values, I want the color. Okay, go to conditional formatting, then go to new rule. Okay, then use a formula. Okay, here just copy paste that, right, format, and I need the dark color. Just press okay. Yeah, so now what you can do, you can do this. Okay, now see, if you will just, I deleted those true false values. So now if I will write here 25%, it will come automatically like this. Okay, so this part is done, this part is not done. Okay, you can create a legend here, and you can write dark green equals to done. Okay, just for the reference, light green pending. Okay, this is how you can create. Okay, you can give the same color like this later on, right? So yeah, so this part is done. So here, if you will change to here, just go here, just type 100%, it will show you 100%. Okay, for that part. So now it's not looking good, so what we can do, we can select all this. Okay, we can select all this and we can go to insert. Basically I want to give some borders and all. Yeah, all borders. So now it's looking much better, right? Here I will remove the borders for these two. Cool, now it's looking good. So now what I want is that if I'm in week 2, so it should show you are in week 2 with some boxes or some, there should be something. So again I will select this, all my chart. Okay, then same process, go to conditional formatting, go to new rule, then select use a formula to determine. Here I will write manually. Okay, $7, this week 1 equals to this. Okay, $B, $4, right? And I will go to format, then I will go to border, fill option, border option is there, so I will take some border. Okay, I want full one box, so yeah. Color, it should be red. Okay, this side color should be red. I want full, basically outline. Okay, then I will press OK. Okay, it's selected 2 because week 2. Why it is coming like this? H7 plus 7. Okay, why it's duplicated? Yeah, let me fix this. Yeah, okay, now it's fine, maybe by mistake. So see, we are in week 2, so it's showing week 2, selecting week 2. Okay, so now if I will write here, basically I want to change the date. Okay, here we can write the date. Here we will write, let's suppose 25/01/2025. Okay, it will automatically week 4 will come here and it will show, select the week 4. Okay, so this is how you can do 50%, it will come to 50%. Okay, so this is how you can create Gantt chart for any project. Okay, for XYZ company, or for your test, or for your reference, for your progress. Okay, and if you want this sheet, I can put it in description box. Just let us know in the comment section below.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to our new video discussing the top 10 tools for product management. In this video, we will discuss what considerations should be taken before choosing a tool for product management, and then we will look out at the top tools for product management. But before we start, let's brush up on your knowledge. So here's a question for you all. What does a tool stand for? Do let us know in the comments below. Software for product management is an administrative tool used to produce and enhance a company's goods rapidly and effectively, along with successfully enhancing business profits. These tools allow product managers and their teams to gather fresh concepts and develop detailed strategies to turn them into actual products. Although these technologies are typically utilized by product managers and product teams, they also give other departments, such as marketing and sales, additional clarity and insight into product development. Product management is used for product analysis, development tracking, and road mapping. Whenever we concern tools for product managers, we often mean the basic handful of tools that the majority of us use daily. These product management tools typically consist of software for product analytics, development tracking, and road mapping. However, a product manager's duties go beyond simply gathering product perspicuity surveying the backlog, and evaluating the product plan. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced product manager, you should utilize the right tool to ensure you are not overlooking a crucial aspect of your job. Product managers are frequently in charge of organizing the examination, choice, and purchase of product management solutions for usage inside their company. It might be challenging to choose the best product management solution, though. Now let's move ahead in our session and know what considerations should be taken before choosing tools for product management. Depending on the requirements of the business, each product firm will have a unique collection of tools in its accumulation. The set of tools that the product team employs to manage their operations is known as product management tool accumulation. These tools are frequently integrated, where they perform well together and complement one another. The product development efforts may succeed or fail greatly depending on the choice of product management tools. So, to have a successful product, there should be some considerations to follow up on before choosing a management tool. So, let's take a look at the concerns one must heed before choosing a product management tool. The very first consideration that should be taken is to recognize the demands of your product management staff. Making a charter with a list of questions for your new product management tool is an intelligent method to assess the requirements of your product management team. The charter will aid in outlining particular demands and may be used as a benchmark for assessing items. The next consideration that should be considered is to do some product research. It's time to research the various product possibilities after you have a clearer idea of your demands and criteria for a product. Reading product reviews and seeing product demonstrations are the most significant ways to accomplish this. You'll have a deeper grasp of the features and how each product functions by doing the research for the product. Moving on, we have to consider items depending on product needs. Following your research, it's time to analyze the items in light of your unique needs. Start by grading each item according to how effectively it satisfies your needs. To rank the various items, you may add a column to each need to rank the various items. This stage will enable you to evaluate and contrast several solutions and decide which product management suite is best for your team. The next consideration is to aim to stay within your budget. When looking at product management solutions, budget is always an important consideration. But if you work for a startup or a smaller firm, it's much more crucial. Keep in mind that some of the top goods could have steep asking prices as well as ongoing costs. The simplest method to achieve this is to set a predetermined budget for your product tool and use it as a guide when weighing various possibilities. Then we have to make sure that the tool is with effortless use. Make sure the tool you use is simple to use before you buy it. Although it should be obvious, certain technologies are quite complex and need users to undergo many days of training. The technology that works best for you and your team will be the one that you find simple to use. Many tools allow you to try them out for free, so you may decide whether to buy them before you use them. The next consideration is reporting in real time. Find a product tool that offers real-time reporting to save time. Creating reports that reflect the product's current condition will gather data from many parts of the product management systems. Moving on, we have a reputable interface. Although there are a lot of tools available, some of them appear somewhat dated. Expandability needs to be your main criterion when selecting a tool. Opting for something attractive looking doesn't hurt either. The last consideration that should be taken is security. Scalability is great, but if your data isn't secure, neither is the integrity of your product. Examine the security features that your desired tool supplier offers. To keep your client data private and isolated from everyone else's, choose a different dedicated hosting platform. Let's proceed in our session and know what top tools are used for product management. How do you assess and determine which tools are best for your team? Consider your firm and product size and development stage as a starting point. A tiny firm with one product manager, for instance, probably won't require or have the funds for numerous tools. You could pick a few applications that provide a wide range of integrations and features. A huge organization, on the other hand, would require specific tools created for complex work streams and several teams. The very first functioning of product management is user tracking and analysis. User tracking enables you to follow online visitors while they browse your website anonymously and via a variety of methods. A product manager's research creation process includes user tracking in terms of analysis. A wide range of tools is accessible for tracking and gathering data about the demands of the user for the product. These tools may be quite useful for gathering information and understanding how users of your software or visitors to your website interact with your offerings and content. Platforms for product analytics collect and assist you in analyzing what those customers do, but merely what they say and think. You'll want a product management platform, such as Done, that provides distinct analytics and insight into how customers utilize your product. User tracking and analytics can be done using Pendo. The tool used for user tracking and analytics is Pendo. Pendo assists businesses in determining who is using the features and products they are developing. You can find out which features people like and don't like, as well as how they move across your product range with the help of our product analytics tools. Additionally, you may examine how product adoption differs depending on an account, a user's job, or their attitude. Their objective is to provide product teams with the knowledge they need to do their duties more effectively and make daily decisions with less difficulty. Although in app messaging provides our customers a method to quickly and simply put these insights into action, product analytics are fascinating and powerful. In the end, your capacity to experiment and influence behavior change within your product is what will help you grow your company and give your consumers better experiences. Apart from Pendo, the other tools that can be used for user tracking and analytics are Amplitude, Gainsight, and Google Analytics. The next functionality for product management is product strategy and road mapping. So, product strategy and road mapping is a basic exercise in product management. Even though PMs are renowned for their adaptability, mapping out your course reveals the type of stakeholder negotiating abilities and data driven planning that make product management so successful. Our knowledge of PM's experiences indicates that product board goes toward the making things easier side. AHA is also practical and founded on reliable theoretical understandings of how product managers operate. When choosing your road mapping tool, remember that product managers are reportedly trusted by Airtable, Airfocus, and RoadMonk. The tool used for product strategy and road mapping is Product Board. Product Board is used to prioritize features, create roadmaps, collect customer input, and validate concepts. All the tools required to create a user-centered product. The road mapping capabilities of Product Board are noteworthy. Depending on how you operate, you can organize product features into release, sprint, period, or now, next, later buckets, and you may customize roadmaps for different audiences. For instance, you may develop roadmaps that are customer-centered or that are expressly geared for leadership. The other tools used for product strategy and roadmap development are Product Plan, RoadMonk, and Airfocus. Moving on to the next functionality of product management is flowcharting. Even while not all product managers utilize flowchart and diagram software, it is still an excellent approach to do a task that many PMs ignore but really shouldn't. You and your organization will benefit from having a greater understanding of the whole client experience with your business after creating a customer journey map. A correctly made journey map will display every interaction a person has with your business, from their initial visit to your website or their first phone contact from a sales representative through their eventual purchase and use of your product. The tool used for flowcharting is Microsoft Visio. Visio's flowcharting and diagramming capabilities can be useful for outlining any particular elements of a user's workflow or experience with your product. The flowcharts you generate using these tools may help you get insights into how to strategically prioritize your product roadmap, since they provide a visual representation of that workflow or experience rather than just a list of the stages your client will take. Apart from Microsoft Visio, OmniGraffle is the other good tool that can be used for flowcharting in product management. Now let's move ahead and know the other functionalities and tools for product management. The other functionality of product management is presentation. A key communication skill for a product manager is the ability to present. It is a component of conveying the product strategy to the company and the team developing the product. Additionally, it is a component of consumer communication. We frequently draw attention to the poor performance of roadmap presentation tools. However, this does not imply that Keynote or PowerPoint shouldn't occupy a significant position in your toolbox for product management. For distributing your high level goals, ideas, and plans within your company and to external audiences like clients, presentation decks may be quite helpful. For instance, vision boards may be a potent tool for selling a group of executive stakeholders the vision of your product. Additionally, using presentations to teach salespeople or educate industry analysts about your product may be quite successful. The best tool for presentation is Microsoft PowerPoint. One of the most often used tools for presentations is PowerPoint. It is a component of the Microsoft Office package and is usable for domestic, commercial, and academic uses. PowerPoint dominated the presentation industry and was most well known for its templates and usability. This program enables anybody, from amateurs to experts, to create presentations utilizing text, graphics, video, audio, and data tables. You may deliver the presentation as you like by using a range of animations and transitions. Other than PowerPoint, Keynote, Google Slide, and SlideShare are tools that can also be used for presentations. Moving on to the next functionality of product management, it's prototyping and wireframing. Design teams experiment by turning their ideas into physical prototypes, which might range from paper to digital. To capture design concepts and user testing, teams create prototypes with varying levels of realism. You may improve and evaluate your ideas using prototypes, allowing your company to release the proper items. You must put a lot of effort into demonstrating that your product concept can be realized before bringing it to fruition. More technologies are emerging as a result of the growing significance of user design and easy consumer journeys. They also employ techniques to minimize discomfort and streamline the delivery process. The number of web-based apps available has increased due to this popularity. Some, nevertheless, are a little questionable in terms of usefulness. Most people are using multipurpose applications that may be used for prototyping, designing, and whiteboarding. If you're searching for a versatile tool that is also great for prototyping, we may suggest Figma. The best tool used for prototyping and wireframing is Balsamiq. Balsamiq Wireframes is a quick, low-fidelity UI wireframing tool that simulates sketching on a whiteboard or notepad while using a computer. It effectively pushes you to put your attention on structure and substance rather than wasting time on early debates about colors and details. With wireframes, you may quickly produce new ideas, discard the subpar ones, and identify the best solutions. The alternatives of Balsamiq for prototyping and wireframing are Sketch, InVision, and Adobe XD. The next function of product management is product development. Product development involves bringing a new thing or item to market or enhancing already available goods to boost sales. A product is initially merely a sample. For a firm to become something that can be sold on the market, a lot of time and money must be invested. The idea, design, development, and marketing of newly developed or freshly renamed goods or services are all phases in the process known as product development, sometimes known as new product management. The entire process of creating a product, from conception through market launch, is referred to as product development. Product research makes the difference between a product's success and failure, both at launch and throughout the product lifecycle, by helping you understand the requirements and desires of your consumers and keeping an eye on the competitive landscape and environment of your product. The best tool used for product development is Rally. The foundation of value stream management is Rally. By enabling business leaders to address challenging issues like how to prioritize capabilities related to development, how capabilities relate to development outcomes, how to track capabilities progress from planning to delivery, and how to find opportunities to optimize flow, Rally's insight contributes to value stream management. Rally is used by value streams to make complicated processes transparent and enable swift business pivots based on data-driven choices. The alternative to Rally for product development is Azure. Moving on, we have project management as the next functionality of product management. A project manager oversees several projects that are necessary to achieve the various goals that a product manager sets for it in terms of vision, goals, and business trajectory. The project manager is therefore more of a man of action, whereas the product manager is more of a master strategist. Making a distinction between projects and products might be helpful. Though product management and project management are two different jobs, still there would be some interactive work. No product manager can operate without zero work support of a project manager. The tool used for project management is Jira. Jira brings teams together for everything from agile software development and customer service to startups and companies. Jira assists teams in planning, assigning, tracking, reporting, and managing work. Jira software, the top solution for agile teams, helps software teams develop better. A workflow is the first step in managing projects and tasks in project management software. Workflows outline your procedure and make task tracking possible for your team. Visualize your process so that your team is aware of the status of tasks and projects. Projects frequently contain checkpoints or milestones that must be met to maintain the overall project's direction. Versions are milestones in Jira Work Management. After creating versions, you may group work into several versions. Other than Jira, Pivotal, Monday.com, and Diagrams.net are the tools that are used for project management. So, moving on from project management, collaboration is the next functionality of product management. Working in the product sector offers some of the most intriguing opportunities for cross functional collaboration. Although there are difficulties, which we'll discuss momentarily, it exposes everyone engaged to every step of the product development and launch process. UX designers have the chance to learn more about marketing, and engineers have the chance to learn more about UX design. The tool used for collaboration for product management is Trello. Trello is one of the more powerful project management applications that aims to improve teamwork inside and between departments. Trello allows you to manage several projects and arrange various activities by allowing you to create boards, lists, and cards. To get a clear picture of everything that is happening, you may also set up calendars, make checklists, and assign productivity indicators. Trello has built-in automation for the best processes and the least amount of manual effort, like many other top products today. Trello is an essential component of your product management stack since the job of the product manager involves coordinating a lot of various moving elements. The alternatives for Trello for collaboration are GoToMeeting, Dropbox, and Zoom. The next functionality of product management is user experience and testing. In the field of product management, the phrase user testing is frequently used. Usability testing is frequently used interchangeably with user testing. During the user testing phase of the design process, you analyze your product or service using actual customers to develop user-centered designs. Through this technique, you may learn how your target market behaves when using your product, giving you useful information for the development process. The best tool used for user experience and testing is Adobe Target. Adobe Target is a rule-based testing and targeting tool that can be integrated with analytics and provide reports for marketing offers, customization, and UX testing. This feature enables marketers to determine which offers, experiences, and messages are engaging customers. It has a user interface, integrated best practices, and powerful features for tracking site traffic. It allows for more conversion and properly filters results according to its self-learning algorithmic methodology. The tailoring of consumer interactions across all marketing channels and business contact points may also be automated. Other tools that can be used for user experience and testing are Helio, Hotjar, and UXCam. In the end, the last functionality of product management is customer feedback and survey. Getting feedback from customers involves talking to them and asking them what they think of a good or service. To properly comprehend their behavior and demands, it is crucial to pay attention to their thoughts and feelings. It is crucial for product managers because before you can offer a helpful solution, you must embrace your people and understand the suffering caused by their issues. It's helpful to have a defined goal before pursuing a certain feedback technique. Outlining your learning objectives can help you concentrate on your study and choose which potential or current clients you should contact. This is particularly important if your product or service appeals to a wide range of demographics. And this is because various client segments may experience your product in drastically different ways. Therefore, It's crucial to be specific about who you want to talk to and what you hope to discover about their needs and expectations. The tool used for customer feedback and survey is SurveyMonkey. Following are the features of SurveyMonkey that may help product managers with customer feedbacks and surveys. Obtain viewpoints and get insightful wisdom. For every audience, it is simple to build polls, quizzes, and surveys. Obtain comments using a web link, email, mobile chat, social media, and other channels. Get sophisticated analytic tools and automatically examine your data. Your data may be exported or integrated with your preferred apps. Make smarter decisions based on facts by utilizing your insights. And alternatives, Typeform, Google Forms, and FormStack. Other than SurveyMonkey, the tools that can be used for customer feedback and surveys are Typeforms, Google Forms, and FormStack. With this, we have come to the end of this session. But before winding up, let's take a look at the bonus tools for you that serves multiple purposes in terms of product management. The very first tool is Slack. To strengthen product organization, Slack has emerged as the most crucial tool. Slack is utilized to cut down on pointless meetings, facilitate teamwork, make information widely available, and involve our consumers in the creation of new products. By acting as a central communication, reporting, and file center, the software boosts efficiency for both small and big teams. Slack Connect streamlines communication by bringing everyone into your virtual headquarters to complete tasks, breaking down organizational walls. From debating the finer points of a contract to analyzing the most recent drawings from your creative agency, Slack Connect enables real-time collaboration. Moving on, we have Canva. Branding image creation is as easy as dragging and dropping using Canva. It will just take a few minutes to do what used to take a lot of work, whether you decide to utilize your logo, social media accounts, or a hashtag. The transparency option in Canva also makes branding your product seem slick and unobtrusive to the viewer. You can maintain brand management with Canva for Teams while enabling anybody on your team to generate on-brand visuals, even without design skills. Your team may quickly create and distribute branded designs using the thousands of professionally created templates at your disposal. Even if you have little to no experience with graphic design, Canva enables you to generate that content fast and effortlessly. But before winding up, here's a question for you all. Which of these tools have you used before? Do let us know in the comments section below.
So that's a wrap on this full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.